Good morning, Sarah. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Does a good sound.
All right.
All right, so I think we are good to go. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you see me? I'm in front of the camera, I believe.
Yeah, the camera's is really good.
Okay, so I'm scaring you, right? It's too early for me in front to be in front of the camera.
No, it's okay.
Well, thank you. We are good to go.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to close the microphone and close the camera.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. The time is 9 o'clock. Today is Thursday, December 11, 2025. This is the first day of a two-day meeting of the Physical Therapy Board of California. Today, we are in the hearing room at Department of Consumer Affairs, 2005 Evergreen Street, Sacramento, California, 95815. We are also meeting virtually via WebEx component provided by the California Department of Consumer Affairs. This is an official meeting of the Physical Therapy Board of California. The board's role remains to maintain consumer protection and consult with local and state entities on the laws and regulations pertaining to the physical therapy industry. We will take public comment on agenda items, and at the end of the meeting, there will be a comment section for agenda items not on the agenda. Items not on the agenda. Public comments must be specific to the agenda item that is currently being discussed. If you make a comment during a specific agenda item that is not related to the topic, you will be directed to hold your comments until we reach the appropriate agenda item. All comments that do not directly relate to an item on the agenda should be held until the agenda item for items not on the agenda. The board also follows the Open Meeting Act, so while we accept and appreciate the public's comments, we cannot respond to those comments. We do have a moderator from the Department of Consumer Affairs online to help us today. Individuals listening to the meeting will have an opportunity to provide public comment and will be assisted by that moderator who will be facilitating the teleconferencing process. For those members of the public participating via teleconference, please wait until the moderator has introduced you before you make your comments. To request to make a comment during public comment period, the moderator will direct you to the instructions. This meeting is being recorded and the minutes of the meeting will be prepared. Can we please have roll call?
Karen Brandon.
Here.
Here. Sonia McMillian.
Here.
All members are present and the board has a quorum.
Thank you. May I ask Dr. Taloff to read the board's mission statement?
Absolutely. To protect the people of California by the effective administration of the Physical Therapy Practice Act.
Okay, thank you so much. Before heading straight into agenda item number 4 with our special order of business, as board president, I would like to thank everyone who is here in person today, board members, especially any members of the public. Okay, we are now moving into item number 4, special order of business. We have the Honorable Judge Wong presiding for our petition today. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Madam President. All right, so I'll go ahead and call the matter of Scott Wei Ho Kwan. Mr. Kwan, if you'd like to come up to council table, and then Ms. Wolanski. All right, let's go ahead and go on the record. So we're here on the record before the Physical Therapy Board of California, Department of Consumer Affairs, State of California, in the matter of the petition for reduction of penalty by Scott Wei, W-A-I hyphen Ho, H-O, Kwan, K-W-A-N. It is agency case number 720-2025-005-362, OAH number 2025-11, excuse me, let me start over, 2025-100-529. My name's Corin Wong. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings. Could I please have the parties state their appearances for the record, starting with the representative from the Attorney General's office?
Deputy Attorney General Jade Wolanski on behalf of the people of California. Thank you.
Scott Whitehall Kwan, petition.
All right, thank you. And then, Mr. Court Reporter, if you'd like to make your statutory statement for the record. Thank you. And for the record, if I could establish a quorum by having the members audibly respond after hearing their names. Dr. Brandon,
Yes.
Mr. Q, Dr. Armstrong,
Here.
Dr. Kayla,
Yes.
Ms. McMillan.
Here.
Thank you, and let the record reflect that a quorum is present. All right, so Mr. Kwan, we're here today for your petition for reduction of penalty. And based on the paperwork, it's my understanding you're seeking to modify probation and to terminate your probation. Shortly, Ms. Wolanski will provide a summary statement of the history of your license and the prior discipline, and talk briefly about the basis for discipline. And then it will turn over to the matter will turn over to you to present your evidence. Did you have any documents you wanted to introduce?
Yes, I do. It just depends on whether or not the document is necessary for what we're talking about today.
Okay.
So I have it just in case.
Okay. And did you have witnesses you wanted to call other than yourself?
No witnesses.
Okay. So then when it's your time to present your case, you can testify. And then if you want to introduce your documents, you could introduce your documents. After you testify, Ms. Wolanski will have a chance to ask you questions. That's called cross-examination. And then after she's done asking any questions, if you have any additional testimony you would like to provide, you'll have the opportunity to do so. And then she has a chance to ask you questions again, and it's that back and forth format between yourself and her until you've provided all testimony you would like to, and she's asked all the questions she has. And then the board members have the opportunity to ask any questions they have. You may recall I mentioned that Ms. Wolanski will provide a summary of your prior discipline. And that's just to provide context for your petition. What the board is most interested in is hearing about any rehabilitation you've undergone since your license was disciplined. So if you feel it is helpful to explain your rehabilitation, to talk about the prior discipline, that's certainly acceptable, but you don't want to go too much into detail of the prior discipline because it's already been established. And what the board is most interested in is, as I mentioned, the rehabilitation. And of course, the board has read all the paperwork that's been filed.
Correct.
And then after you're done testifying, I'll give the Ms. Wolanski and yourself a chance to provide a closing argument. And then after closing arguments, the matter will be submitted, and then the board will adjourn to closed session to deliberate. So you won't get a decision today, but you'll get one in the future. And then last, after the proceedings are done, if you would go over to see the court reporter, he'll have a form for you. Shortly after the hearing, he'll fill out a form, and then he'll have one for you. And that's just in case you want a copy of today's transcript that has the information you need to go about requesting a copy of the transcript. And then once you receive that, then you're free to leave. If you have any questions during the proceeding, please do not hesitate to ask. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. However, I cannot give you legal advice. Now, recognizing that you may not know the difference between a question that seeks legal advice and one that does not, what I would suggest is that if you have any questions of any nature, that you simply go ahead and ask them. And if it's a question that I could answer, I will go ahead and do so. If it's one that really seeks legal advice, then I'll let you know that and explain I cannot answer the question. Okay, do you have any questions at this time?
No.
Okay, very good. Ms. Wolanski, if you'd like to provide your summary statement or go over the documents, whichever you'd like to do first.
Let's go through the exhibits first. So starting off with Exhibit 1, these are the jurisdictional documents, which include the certification of licensure, the physical therapy's notice of hearing, and the Attorney General's notice of hearing. Exhibit 2 is a certified copy of the prior decisions. Exhibit 3 is petitioner's petition for early termination of probation. Exhibit 4 is the petition for reduction of penalty report. And Exhibit 5 is the certified probation records.
Right, so those documents will be marked as indicated by Ms. Wolanski. Mr. Kwan, do you have any objection to any of the exhibits being admitted?
No.
Okay, so exhibits 1 through 5 are admitted?
Oh, Your Honor,
Yes.
I wanted to note that I uploaded the redacted copy of the exhibits into case lines, but today everyone will be reviewing and using the unredacted version of the exhibits.
Very good. That's much appreciated. Thank you. All right, if you'd like to provide your summary statement.
Yes. Board members and Your Honor, we are here today for petitioner Scott Y. Ho Kwan's petition for early termination. To provide background, the board issued petitioner's physical therapy license on September 10th, 1999. In the underlying matter, the accusation alleged patient A went to see respondent for a possible pinched nerve in 2018. At the appointment, respondent used a traction machine on patient A's neck. Respondent then directed patient A to follow an unlicensed physical therapy aide, who are also known as PT aides, who set up and used an electrical stimulation machine to treat patient A. The accusation states patient A reported she had blisters on her left shoulder where respondent's PT aide had placed reused electrode pads. During the investigation, the board discovered respondent allowed PT aides to document in patient records without noting their identities, as well as failing to sign and date the exercise logs placed into patient records. The board also discovered respondent failed to document and sign a discharge summary for patient A, and respondent also failed to personally document, sign, date, and describe the nature of each service provided to patient A and all other patients. The accusation also alleged respondent failed to evaluate and document his PT aide's competency levels for performing patient-related tasks, and he also failed to make a record of those competencies to the board upon a board request. Respondent also failed to provide continuous and immediate supervision of his PT aides in proximity to the location where the PT aides were performing electrical stimulation treatment. As a result, on August 23, 2019, the board filed an accusation against petitioner. This accusation contained 9 causes for discipline. These include negligence, failure to maintain confidentiality, inadequate record keeping, misrepresentation of documents of patient care, failure to document records as required by regulation, aiding and abetting unlicensed practice, permitting physical therapy aides to perform services beyond their level of education, training, and experience, failure to adequately supervise physical therapy aides, and finally, dishonest and corrupt acts. This case has an extensive procedural history, which I will summarize for the board members and presiding judge. In October of 2020, an ALJ heard evidence and submitted a proposed decision. On December 8th, 2020, the board declined to adopt that proposed decision. As a result, the board issued an order of rejection in 2021 and afterwards issued a decision after rejection on July 2nd, 2021, which ordered placing respondent on 5 years of probation. Respondent subsequently filed a petition for a writ of administrative mandamus review of the board's decision. The Superior Court granted the writ in part and remanded the case to the board to reconsider the appropriate level of discipline. Following the Superior Court's ruling in September 2022, the board reconsidered the matter and determined petitioner had failed to 1, maintain adequate and accurate records, 2, respondent failed to document records as required by regulation, and 3, respondent failed to adequately supervise physical therapy aides. As a result, the board placed petitioner on 4 years of probation, along with many terms and conditions, including completing and passing the board's examination on the laws and regulations governing physical therapy, a practice monitor, a prohibition from practicing home care, a prohibition from supervising physical therapy license applicants or physical therapy assistant license applicants, a prohibition from supervising physical therapy aides, and notification of his probation status to patients, employees, employers. Respondent was also ordered to complete education coursework. On October 31st, 2022, the PT Board received respondent's petition for reconsideration and request for stay. On November 21st, 2022, the board denied petitioner's request for reconsideration, but granted the order for stay. As a result, probation went into effect on December 2nd, 2022. To date, petitioner has completed approximately 3 out of 4 years of probation. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Walensky. Right, Mr. Kwan, now's your opportunity to provide your evidence. So let's have you testify. If you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will provide in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, you may put your hand down. And just a reminder that what the board is most interested in is your rehabilitation since being placed on probation. Also, we do have a court reporter taking down your testimony. So if you would keep the pace of your testimony on the slower side, that would be much appreciated. And if you would not mind stating and spelling your name for the record to make sure the court reporter has the correct spelling.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name's Scott Waiho Kwan, SCOTTWAI-H0 HOKWAN. Okay. I'm here now to relitigate anything that's been done in the past. I'm here to accept responsibility. I'm a small practice private practice owner, and I take it very seriously. Building a practice in the San Gabriel Valley is not easy. A lot of competition, and I aim to do things right. I don't like to rag on other clinics. It's San Gabriel Valley. There's a lot of illegal stuff going on. So I accept responsibility for what I did. There's a point of lack of supervision of my aides. I accept that. I'm here to say that I was wrong in that case. Maybe a little background might help. I've been doing physical therapy since 1999. Up until then, 2018, this is about roughly 19 years or so. I haven't had any issues. I became a director of physical therapy after about a year of employment with my previous organization. They've sent me to other locations to take over and manage and just to make sure operations are good. My life is based on my belief in Christ. I don't aim to do anything wrong. I seek to honor and glorify Christ. What happened in that day, I don't understand. I don't know. I don't want to relitigate, but I don't have details or the circumstances of what happened because I just don't know about what happened. But surrounding that time, my dad just passed away. A week and a half prior to that. So my family and I were just taking care of a lot of legal stuff and funeral arrangements. So there was issues. Yeah, it's my fault. Too much on my mind. I just didn't supervised correctly. And whatever happened, the information or the complaint by the patient was not made known to me, and I just didn't know about it. I take responsibility for that. It's no excuse. To build a private practice, you got to have a reputation. And the reputation I try to make sure our community knows is that we are not a place of massage. We are a place of rehab. We do exercises. We focus on functional recovery, getting people back to their lifestyle. A lot of places in our area, you come in, they give you a massage. They assign you to foot massage people, to massage them and send them home. It's just wrong. I don't do that. Our clinic is based on developing a treatment plan, educating our patients. That's really important, and just focusing on exercise. Look, I'm 53. I exercise all my life. There's still aches and pains. There's no way around that. I mean, the body changes. But I still emphasize to my patient, hey, there's a couple of options you have, right? Either you continue on your lifestyle the way it is, or you look for a better option. And that's my philosophy in treatment, just helping our patients. A lot of my patients keep asking, why are you open on weekends? I don't want to open weekends. Why? Well, they say, well, you can make more money. I said, who cares? What's life about? You're making money and then you die earlier, basically, right? You stress yourself out like for no reason. There's no reason for that. So I opted to limit my days of employment to work for the sake of family and raising children. So first of all, I take responsibility for what I did. Prior to the board's decision, we went back and forth a few times in court because I firmly felt at that point there were a lot of things that the appointed, I don't know what you call that person that you send to the office to investigate. I felt some of the things that she has said was not in regulation, and things that we have done all of my career, things that are not even regulation, and she made into regulation that was not even there. So I not out of disrespect for the board, I had to argue for those, right? Because they weren't regulation, they weren't even things we did, and then she made things up that wasn't even there. So went back and forth a few times, and even before the board rendering the decision, I knew what the problem was. I get it, I can't do things the way other clinics have done, or what I have been trained in the past, or what other clinics I've learned from. I have to do a better way. I have to find a way to make the practice better or best, right, in our community. And so immediately, even before the decision was rendered, we changed a lot of stuff. It's no excuse for small practices not to have a binder or policy. I had a small policy. I didn't have anything extensively written, but now I do. I immediately jumped on that, consulted a few people, made some policies, particularly electrical stimulation. Let me talk about that first. And in our practice, since 2019, I believe, E-stim is no longer done by any aides. They don't do any of it at all, not even traction. We don't do anything. The only thing they do is allow to prepare hot packs and cold packs, and they help with exercises. The way they help us in E-stim is that they gather the electrodes and they place it in the area. Any hot packs or cold packs that need to be used, they're going to place it there, and then they'll call us, a therapist, either physical therapist or physical therapist assistant. Aides don't do any of that stuff anymore. Sure, they can. They're allowed to, right? If they're trained, they're allowed to do this stuff. But I think in pursuing what I think is the best practice, no, let's just not do that. I don't want any more issues with this thing. I want that behind me, right? I don't want any more E-stim issues. I don't want anybody saying that, hey, someone had an injury because of E-stim, they weren't trained well. So E-stim is no longer done. Our E-stim units are all on the outside anyways, so it does, and they're always supervised. There will always be somebody next to them. They have a call bell if they need to call us in case there is an issue. But E-stim is no longer done. Electrodes, I'm going to address that as well. I guess I've learned ever since I was an aide, we cleaned the electrodes, we reused it, and then we seal it back and put it back. I know now that's not the best practice. The best practice is just to give the patient their own, label them. So we have 3 cards alphabetized. Their electrodes are labeled by the first, last name, the date of birth, and the date we issued it. Now, if those electrodes are bad, that's determined by the physical therapist. We just toss them. We're not going to clean them anymore. It's not worth it. It's not worth the hassle or the potential hassle. So patients have their own set of electrodes. If E-stim is warranted, it's determined by me or the other therapist, then we'll do it. And the therapist will apply it. They'll set the parameters, give the patient a call bell. And since it's in the open area, everybody will be supervising. We'll be checking on them throughout the treatment. Usually it's about 10 to 15 minutes. So in time, we'll check on them 1 or 2 times. Just say, how are you doing? Any problems? If there's a problem, it's documented. When we prepare the electrodes, we make sure the skin's good, right? We use since COVID, we've been using alcohol spray to spray everybody's hands. And it's been I guess a blessing in disguise because it's just much more convenient now. So we can use it to prep the skin better. And then any signs of redness or issues, it's noted to us and we'll take care of it. We haven't had any issues since then. So part of it could be the effectiveness of the electrodes themselves. So that's changed. I have the policy here in case the board member wants it. I made a copy so you guys can have what our electrical stimulation policy and electro policy is. That's changed since 2019. It's how we practice. Even traction. We don't put patients on. We don't have our aides do any traction. No modalities except for hot pack and cold pack. These are things that we learn in school. So I agree. Yeah, maybe Michelle was right. It should be something that PTs do, not PT8s. I know it's allowed in the law that PTAs can render those setups, but I agree. Let's just keep it safe. Let the licensed people do what they're trained to do, and then the stuff like our PTAs basically are trained to do exercises, right? So the therapists will develop a short exercise program what they assist us with, and we train them in that. I also have a packet of our. It's not comprehensive, but it's a really good list of a lot of the common exercises that we do in our clinic and what I use now for our training. We trained them with that before, but I've never documented it. That was my bad. Not having a competency document. They all have that now. They all have to sign off on before they even work. We mostly take our PT8 pool from volunteers. A lot of kids, they want to come in because they want to go to PT school, right? Either they come in and volunteer and they realize healthcare is not for them or it is for them. So we train them in how to teach exercises, how to monitor the patients and how to exercises. We are not a personal training studio. Our population is mostly older folks. So we keep things very, I would call light on the light side. So there's no injuries, that we can impart. So I have that as well, our training document. The PT8 competencies are there. They sign our employment contract acknowledging that they have reached these benchmarks of a PT8 before they even start. We don't let anybody work with patients unless they've signed this. So to reiterate, our policies have changed. We have that clear and written now. PTs are the only one, or PT assistants, if we have one, they're the only ones allowed to perform these modalities that are electrical based, including traction, which uses mechanical traction. And we have competency documents for our PT8s. Now, with regard to documentation and something else, the EMR system is very tricky. There are a lot of EMR systems out there. The one that we had opted to go with was one called Practice Perfect. It was in development. And over the years, I've gained a better understanding of its functionality. One of the issues that was brought up during the initial cases was the PT aids were not notated on our documents. And I agree. Yeah, they were not notated on the SOAP notes. Our PTs do the SOAP notes. But there's no way of keeping track of the exercise unless we had a log. So the PT aids would check off, whatever we wanted to do on the log and put the initial on the bottom. But the initial doesn't denote their full name. So nobody knows who they were. It was just in our employee roster. So now we have the PT aids full name and designation actually in the SOAP notes. All the exercises on the log, it doesn't say refer to log anymore. It's just anything we've done, we retype it back onto the actual SOAP notes themselves. So that way, to address my lack of details and documentation, exercises are listed. Any exercises done on the log is put onto the SOAP notes on the objective section, and in there it would notify. It would also indicate which physical therapist aide for that shift worked and helped with the therapist, and it will be notated by their first and last name, not just initials anymore. So the public will have clarity in knowing who worked with who. So since 1999 came out working as a PT, in every clinic that I've had worked in, including being director over a couple, we supervise aides. And I think my modeling was of understanding that wasn't good because where we were at before, the upper management who was in charge of hiring and firing, I guess I was not aware of competency. So not knowing the laws made it where I didn't understand that I had to have a competency document. Training, yes, we understood. We trained everybody. But now I just want to assure the PT board, all of our aides, they're documented. The competency is notated. We have records of it. In case you can walk into my clinic, I'll give it to you. It's there. But in the last few years, I think for me, not having a physical therapist aide on my schedule to assist me with exercises, they're good and bad. The bad is that patients run late a lot, and so when they run late, it really makes the schedule really hard, and then everybody runs late. But that's why I'm hoping to request for termination because I do need help. Right? I need help on my schedule where if I have a few more exercises to do, I would love to have an aide to kind of help me finish up this so I can get the next patient in instead of making our schedule less efficient. I don't want our patients waiting that long. I don't just spend 15 minutes a patient. Our patients spend about 45 minutes in our clinic. And so they overlap. And I like to spend more one-on-one time with them so I don't have two together where I'm working with both at the same time. I think having an aide in my schedule will certainly help that, help me to be more efficient, deliver better care to the patient because they can have more direct attention, whether with myself or under the supervision of an aide. So I think over the years, what I've learned is, yeah, I messed up. There was a moment of lapse of focus and concentration, and I guess that happens to everybody, right? It could be anything in life, just that moment, but it's not an excuse. I own up to it. It's my mistake. And as a private practice owner in the San Gabriel Valley, it's tough. It's we don't work with a wealthy population. Other clinics, their reimbursement like 3 or 4 times what we get, right? So I have to build a reputation because they can go anywhere and just say, I don't want you, I want the massage. Right? I want the place that just rubs my back and neck and sends me home with a hot pack and I'm good. And I'm trying to build a practice where it's just, no, we're going there because we're getting older. We need to live longer, right? We need to be more active, and so that's my hope in running a practice. I hope the board understands that I made these changes not just to satisfy the board, but really is the best practice. I agree that from this experience, there are a lot of things as a private practice owner, small owner, I call it, is a lot of things that I could say, yeah, maybe there were shortcuts, but I realize now, washing electrodes, reusing them, it's not the best. Having a documentation that clearly identifies the aide, not by just initials, but by the full name, the public can know who they are. That's also important because to protect the public is an interesting theme. I think, in the past, I used to think protect the public is talk about protecting the public from injuries. But more and more, I understand, with my mother-in-law going through her health issues, my father passing away, my father-in-law health issues now, and then my wife going through medical records, trying to get all kinds of stuff. That's protecting the public, ensuring we have accurate records. They need access to accurate records, not omitted records, not things that are not clear. Having those records really help them navigate the healthcare industry because it's really complicated for patients who don't have an understanding to get the records, to use it for their advantage, whatever that may be, right? Whether it's to get to the next referral, whether it's to apply for a state disability because they can't work. So I understand protecting the public now is not just about injuries. The records are very important. And having accurate records, they can say, okay, I went to physical therapy. That's what I did. This is my record. Okay, well, I really can't work anymore. And it's not because I don't want to, but the physical therapy record will reflect that. Look, I have difficulty even just doing 5 minutes of gait, right? So it's the record. So having it accurately reflect that is important. So I've learned that over the years. It's not just jotting a few notes down. It's writing better notes and learning that. So I respectfully just ask this PT board to consider what I have to say and what I've learned over the past. And as a private practice owner, what I intend to do going forward, and the change I made, I hope it will ensure that it will give you confidence, and also hope give the public confidence that they are safe. There's not going to be risk of injury in our practice. We're taking precautions. We're making sure that we're doing our best. And I have the documents here. I don't know if you guys want our PT, our electrical sim policy, and our competency training documents. I'll have it here for you guys.
Your Honor, we object to the admission of these exhibits because they were not disclosed to the Attorney General's office before this hearing.
Great. So, Mr. Kwan, it's up to you whether you want to have documents introduced. If you do, you need to have copies for all the board members.
Okay, I've prepared 8 copies.
Okay. So is the policy that whole
No,
binder or? Oh,
no,
okay.
that's
Oh, okay. And have you provided a copy to Ms. Wolanski?
not yet. So I have 8 copies, 7 for the board, right, and then 1 for.
Okay. And then actually you need to provide a copy for me too.
Okay, so I have a total of 8 or do you pick 7, 8?
7 for or I guess 4. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so 7 including me and then Ms. Wolanski.
Okay, so I have a total of 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So I have here, this is our training document, and then this one is our electrode and electrical sim policy.
Okay.
So I have,
So let's go ahead and why don't you distribute those?
okay.
And then we could take up any objections after you distribute them.
So
All right, so let's go ahead and mark the electrode use policy as Exhibit A for identification, and then the physical therapist aid competency checklist as Exhibit B for identification. And Ms. Wolanski, are your objections to the both exhibits the same, or did you want to handle them separately?
My objection is to both, is the same for both documents.
Okay, and so what are your objections?
My objections are that petitioner has failed to provide these documents in advance of this hearing. And as a result, the Attorney General's office has not had a reasonable amount of time to review these documents.
So how is that prejudicial to the people of the state of California?
This is prejudicial because the Attorney General's office has not had sufficient time to review and form cross-examination questions if needed about these documents.
Right, Mr. Kwan, do you wish to respond to the objections?
well, this is nothing new. It was already indicated in I guess the previous court meetings that these are the mitigation things that I've already done. This is a physical form of it showing what we did.
Okay, so the objections are noted for the record, but they're overruled. Exhibits A and B will be admitted. And so, Mr. Kwan, have you concluded your direct testimony at this time?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so cross-examination, Ms. Wolanski?
Yes, Your Honor. Petitioner, I will begin with just asking a few questions about your work.
Mhm.
So, Petitioner, where do you currently work?
I work in San Gabriel Valley Physical Therapy in
And
Alhambra, California.
how many employees do you have?
I gotta count back. There's 1.5 PTs. And we have probably like right now, maybe 9 part-timers. Some of them do like 4 hours, some do 8 hours. That includes our 2 front desk. So they work with the other PTs as their aides. And in the front desk, some of them are cross-trained to do both. So they may have a shift here and there where they work with aides as aides, and then other ones, the most will be working as receptionists.
Petitioner, can you explain what you mean by 1.5 PTs?
So one is working 5 days a week, and then the other working 3.5 days a week. So one and 3, 1 and 60%.
And in your business, of those 9 part-timers, how many of those are PT aides?
They're all PT8s, receptionists. They're kind of they're in school. Most of them are in school. Some of them have just graduated.
Okay.
They're applying to physical therapy. A couple have already accepted and left. So that's why we keep hiring little part-timers, because they come in, they work 4 hours, 5 hours.
Does your business employ any PT assistants?
Not at the moment.
Does your business have any other physical therapists?
No.
And approximately each week, how many patients does your business have?
I don't have that number on me. The way the PTs work, I think in the past, it's a bit different now since COVID and some loss of contracts from probation. We schedule the PT and the PT aide, if they're on a team, they would have, I think my expectation was 2.5 max per hour between the two of them. So there's, like the PT will work with 2 patients on each half an hour, and there's overlapping, and there's another patient that comes in on the half an hour. So but with the cancellation and actual rate of 20%, roughly what we get. So I'm just gonna do the math. If you're doing 2.5 times 8-hour day, it's like 20. With 20% cancellation, you're running about 16 patients a day between the two of them.
And if there are no other physical therapists on staff, who supervises the PT aides at your business?
The PTAs are supervised by the physical therapists that they work with. I supervise the whole entire operation, but I don't supervise any aides.
And just to clarify, you stated your business currently does not have any other physical therapists?
No, so there's one full-time PT, one PT that's 1.5 days, 3.5 days. And both those PTs, when they're on staff, they would have a PT aide that works alongside with.
Thank you for clarifying that. So your role in this business is overseeing the entire business.
As a physical therapist, I do a lot of evaluation and treatments as well on my own, right? And I have to oversee. I'm gonna make sure that they're doing things correctly. I'm in charge of looking over contracts, looking over the bills, making sure any reconciliations, any rejected bills, I have to take care of those things. So it's like a small business. I run everything basically.
And at your business, who performs the electrical stimulation treatment?
Right now, only the licensed providers, which is the PTs. We don't have any PT assistants. So only the PTs. And if there's a PT assistant, they're also licensed, they can do it.
In your business, who cleans the electric pads that are used for electrical?
We don't have that anymore. We no longer clean when they're issued brand new ones with their names, date of birth, and our issue date. We have 3 cards that alphabetize. It's put over there, and after each use, when they come back, if electrical stimulation is warranted, if the therapist thinks it's warranted, they'll ask for the electrodes to be brought out and be used. But we don't clean them. If the electrodes become bad, usually after like 5 or 6 times, if it becomes bad, the PT will determine that, and then they just throw away, just grab a new set.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask you some questions about the underlying accusation and the decision after remand. My question is, do you agree that you failed to maintain adequate and accurate records?
Yes, I did not sign. I did not sign off electronically on the document with the patient in question. The notation of the physical therapist aides was just by their initial, not by their full name. So now it's the full names listed on the actual SOAP notes themselves.
And do you agree that you failed to document records as required by regulations?
Yes.
Can you please explain why?
Well, I need to sign off. I didn't sign off electronically that day. I left the office after I was done. I closed off the computer and then realized it was not signed off.
And do you agree that you had failed to adequately supervise physical therapy aides in 2018?
Supervising aides, no, but in the area where electrical stimulation was at, our electrical stimulation is in a public area. It's in the open. We don't have any private electrical stimulation rooms. So what happened was, I guess the patient made a complaint, and our aide did not inform me. I did not know of it, and so yes, I failed in that way because they should have told me, and I would have been able to address that directly.
And at the time, you agree that you had failed to document your PT aides' competency levels for patient-related tasks?
Yes, I did not have a document for competency.
And at the time of the board investigation, you agree that you had failed to provide to the board a record of your PT aides' competencies?
Yes.
And you also agree that you failed to provide continuous and immediate supervision of your PT aides close to the location where they were providing electrical stimulation treatment?
I'll agree to that. Like I said, the electrical stimulation is in the open area of the gym, so we're all there. Whatever conversation happened between the patient and the aide, I guess it was not made aware. So in that respect, yes, I failed to supervise.
And after the board issued its decision, after it was remanded from the Superior Court, the board had ordered 4 years of probation. Why did you file with the board a request for reconsideration?
Well, after reviewing all the documents, I looked at what I had done, what I have improved on, and what our clinic is doing now. I feel like, well, I don't feel like I'm doing anything that a great clinic wouldn't do. I made all the changes. I'm doing everything that if someone comes in our clinic, they're going to say, I like this place. We don't do anything illegal. We're doing things right. So I feel like at this point, after 3 years of probation, I want to go back to normal practice. I want to go back to teaching students. I want to be able to have, I was certified as a CI, but I can't do that now. I can't become a clinical instructor. Going into this profession for many, many years, at some point you should teach. You should be part of the community, not just working, making money, and doing nothing else. There's no benefit to the community.
Just to clarify, petitioner, you filed the request for reconsideration because you disagreed with the outcome?
No, it's the board allows after I guess 2 years, if I wanted to have the board reconsider, go ahead. Monty has told me that if you want them to reconsider, go ahead and submit it. And I said, well, I'd like to try that. I mean, I think I'm doing everything that's correct now. I don't think there's anything that we're doing that's incorrect. And I wanted the board to hear that we've made all the changes. And so it's the board's decision whether or not they believe that the change I made is going to ensure that the public going forward is not going to have any injuries or any potential for harm.
Apologies, petitioner. Let me clarify the question. The petition that you filed to the board, which the request for reconsideration.
Oh, reconsideration, not termination.
No, I was asking you,
Oh.
why did you file your petition, your request for reconsideration with the board after the board issued a decision granting 4 years of probation?
Because there was a few areas, again, when I here to relitigate that, but the reason I did was because there was a few documents that were not presented accurately. that I felt like my attorney failed me. I asked him to do these things, and he says, no, just listen to me, trust me, I know I'm doing. So I relegated to him, and he didn't do the stuff I asked him. And there are a lot of documents that I had that I thought, you should have sent that to the PT board and let them know what we were doing. And he, in his own knowledge and wisdom, said, I know what I'm doing, so let me just do my work. And then he didn't want to do anymore. He says, I'm done. So up to you, do whatever you want to do. So he quit. And so I had no option but to say, okay, well, let me give my last ditch effort to kind of say, hey, here are some documents I want you to reconsider.
Thank you, Petitioner. Petitioner, I'm now going to ask you some questions about your plans if your petition is granted. In the board decision after remand, the board decided that there was cause for discipline for your failure to adequately supervise PT aides, correct?
Yes.
Specifically, the PT board decided that you had failed to provide continuous and immediate supervision of PT aides in proximity to the location where the aides performed the electrical stimulation modality, correct?
Yes.
And currently at your business, PT aides do not administer electrical stimulation treatment?
They have not been since 2019.
And if your petition is granted, do you intend to have PT aides perform electrical stimulation again?
No.
Okay.
That's better that way. I don't want an issue again.
And if your petition is granted, do you intend to have your PT aides perform tasks other than electrical stimulation treatment?
Yes, they do exercises. They teach exercises. They help us prepare hot packs and cold packs. And then they make phone calls and do all the other non-patient related tasks, scheduling appointments, calling insurance companies, those type of things.
If your petition is granted, how can you provide assurance to the public that your PT aides will not pose a danger to the public?
Well, if you look at the training document, that's what they do. They don't do anything else about that. And then any administrative roles. So they're trained well. If you look at the extensiveness of it, it's not just someone walking off the street and say, hey, I want to become a PTA. Can I work today? Yeah, the answer is absolutely no. You go through several months of volunteer. You follow us, you learn what we're doing. And if there's a position that's open, then we'll make sure that you understand everything. We have to sign off. I have to sign off on all your exercises. And if I think you're good to go, then we can onboard you. If not, I'm sorry, we just can't take that risk.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Kwan, is there any further testimony you would like to provide on redirect?
No, I think what I want to say is basically is, made all these changes. It's not because just to say I did it. It's because I have a practice to try and grow and run. And in order to do that, I have to be better than what I was. And I'm very grateful to have an opportunity to work locally in the area so I can pick up my kids. If I had to take a half day off, I had to just go and do it. Very grateful to have an opportunity for that. Very blessed. And so I need to find ways of making our clinic known. I don't have intentions of opening 10 clinics. I don't know how some people do it. They just want to run around their whole, Southern California, open 10 clinics and be business managers. That's great for them. My point is I want to work till I retire, raise a family, and glorify God.
All right, thank you. Ms. Wolanski, any further questions?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, I'll turn it to the board for any questions. First, Dr. Brandon, any questions?
I do. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kwan, for coming today. I had some questions regarding your orientation of your PT aides. I was wondering, how long does it take to do the orientation that you're providing now?
To get to that level?
No, let's just say you have a new PT aide that you've hired.
Yeah.
How long does it take to do this orientation that you've provided for us?
Oh, they don't
the
just get hired.
competency.
They don't just get hired and start that. They would have started for a few months already. Before, I don't hire them just to know this, right? We take them as volunteers.
Okay, so when they're volunteering.
Yeah, we have, yeah.
They're not doing it.
No,
alone?
no way.
Okay.
They can't.
Okay.
Yeah, so when they're volunteering, they're alongside one of the other aides, and they're just trying to see what they're doing, and then they're trying to replicate it. So it's a lot of like mirroring. So if the PTA is teaching a patient, the trainee, I call it the volunteer trainee, they're learning on the side at the
Okay.
same time.
So then when you do the competency testing, how long does that take?
It's ongoing through the whole.
Oh, so you sign them
Yeah,
off as they
yeah,
go?
yeah. So if they understand it, if they can show it, then we can check it off. We're not gonna just, yeah. It's not like it's not like they would test everything. No, we don't do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then what are the other modalities you have at your practice setting now?
Electrical stimulation, hot pack, cold pack. And traction. We don't use ultrasound anymore in our practice. And those are it.
Okay. And you have also policy and procedure information about the use of those?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's in our office manual.
Okay. How often do you update your information? It says right here, the effective date for the electrode part. The last update or review was 4/2/2020.
Yeah, we haven't need to change anything.
Mhm.
It's been good. The electrodes are still good. Yeah, no updates. I mean, there's nothing to change.
Okay. What would indicate to you that it might need to change? Is there something that might trigger that?
I think the only thing that might could is if there's a bad batch of electrodes, and then I gotta look at each electrode now. But the electrodes that we got from our vendor seems to be pretty good. And right now the whole modality is done by the physical therapist. So the physical therapist they render the professional decision about how good the electrodes are.
Okay. You mentioned that you're the managing physical therapist owner. What is your caseload?
Right now, I have probably like 8 to 10 patients a day. Sometimes less because I said there's like about 20% that don't show. If they all show, I'm about 10. Sometimes 11. I do a lot of evaluations right now. It's consultations with patients because to go through a lot of treatments, it'd be really difficult because I gotta they come late. It's just hard to get in an evaluation, come out and do another full treatment, and then another evaluation is waiting for me.
You went through quite a bit of explanation about the PT aid training, but as the physical therapist, what do you give to your patient in terms of informed consent about the use of eSTEM? If you're about to provide eSTEM to a patient, what do you tell them?
We ask them, this is what I would like to try with your for treatment for electrical stim, and what the benefits are, and what you expect to feel, and what you don't want to feel, and let us know if you feel those.
Excellent. All right. I just wanted to mention too, I'm really, glad to hear that you're so open-minded about the concerns that the board had previously. And you started to think more deeply about creating a better way to get to the highest standard of practice. What would you recommend for private practice owners who are oftentimes working very siloed as to how to siloed alone,
Oh, okay.
not getting an opportunity to see other clinics?
Yeah.
To be aware of best practices, because that seemed like something that was challenging for you when we first started this process.
So for solo practitioners, solo practice owners, that's really hard. What I've had done, I had a lot of friends who are PTs, so we brainstorm a lot. We talk. I know other people who are managers, local business owners who are also PTs. So I even now I talk to them. How do you guys do these things? I consult with them. I think that's definitely has to be done. If they don't know anybody, unfortunately, it's kind of sad. In the industry, it's a small industry. People should know each other, kind of know what's happening in the whole community.
Yeah.
And hopefully they have some. There's 2 that I go to, like that I say, hey, one's Frank, one's Eric. I say, hey, what do you guys do? Like in this situation, what are any suggestions? And then some of it has to do with understanding insurance and say, why is this code no longer billable? Things like that.
Where do you think they get their information?
Some of them might be on the AI or board on the websites. I don't think any of them are part of APTA anymore. But they've been around. Their practice has been around for a long time, longer than me. So I kind of go to them for some experience.
I just had one final question, thought. That time frame that you were mentioning that this occurred, during the loss of your father, it identifies that there are a lot of people that have a lot of things that are going on.
Correct.
And it sounds like, when you look at that and you think what could be done to make sure that there's a consistency to things that I'm doing in the clinic, what do you think that lesson is at this point?
Focus. Focus on your, you're done, you can focus on yourself. Right now in the clinic, you focus on your patients. Right. That way there's, it's a lack of focus that, you're there daydreaming about something else going on, right? Oh, my son has a tournament there, or my wife has a meeting there. Just maintain focus. And leave we're human. You can't leave personal stuff as personal stuff. It's just, it sits, right? And but when you're in the clinic, yet we have to be better than that, right? Just gotta be focused on the patient.
What do you think about the policies you created? Do you think that will also help in any
Oh yeah,
capacity?
yeah. So interesting enough, right? I have been thinking, so Easton, right? It's not for me to change policy, right? But I think the policy we adopted is good. It's like it's going to protect the public. And now I don't think you can do that in California, right? Where AIDS can still do the treatment like that. But I agree. I'm talking to some PTs in the past. They say, you know what, we just do it this way. I said, okay, I agree. You're right. But in the state of California, unless there's a lot of changes to make, PTAs will continue to do what PTAs do and do those treatment. I'm not a lobbyist. I can't change that. I think it's a good thing that we're doing now. We don't allow PTAs to do any of those things. And leave it to the people who went through the actual classes when they're in their education to understand the principles of electrical stimulation, understand how to explain it. And even if patients have questions of why it does that, well, you don't have to go into the whole science of it, but give a general explanation. Our PTAs can't do that. They say if it just helps you, that doesn't help. That's not education. So I think what we adopted ensures that it's not gonna cause issue. And I think across the PT profession, it'd be nice to see other clinics adopt the same thing.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Q, any questions?
Thank you for coming. And I got a maybe it's lack of understanding of the sort of clinical mix of providers. Is there a specific clinical or business reasons that we're not using PT assistants versus using all PT aides?
No, I would love to have a PT assistant. It's just hard to find. I've had one in the past, and he moved to Thailand, and then we had one that came from Arizona, but he moved away, and it's hard to find. I've posted on Indeed. I've posted on different web job bulletins. And I posted at the schools for even considering new graduates. I don't know. I think a lot of them are working either home health or they're doing like hospital work, but maybe I just haven't had the right type of marketing and try and get them on board. But we haven't had one in a while.
Okay. Your practice does not do home health, right?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to do home health.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dr. Armstrong, any questions?
I have a couple of questions. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for coming. And I do appreciate you describing your personal circumstances around what happened with patient A. Do you agree that some other things surfaced after that incident was brought to your attention? As far as documentation issues, supervision issues, equipment check issues?
I think those are, they were brought up. I think some of those while in court, they kind of clarify some of those in our court proceedings. Which one are you particularly referring to?
So in the documentation, it was noted that your equipment checks were 3 months overdue. Do you have a policy for equipment checks presently? And do you agree that your equipment checks were overdue?
So let's go back to, I guess like a few years ago, right? The equipment didn't have any issues. So yeah, we like to do it like every 2 years, every 2 or 3 years. And sometimes we get new one in. The electrical simulation unit that was in question at that time was brand new. So there was no sticker on there. We didn't have it recalibrated. Or actually they don't even do calibration. They just check to see if the electricity is okay to the unit. These guys come in and they just spend like 2 minutes on each thing, and they're not calibrating anything. It's not like hospital calibration equipment. It's a little more. They don't do a lot. So did it bring up certain issues? Yeah, for sure. I think that's something that I definitely can improve on. But it was, I think that at least back then, I don't know which judge agreed that it was these organizations, they put these stickers on there that they want you to do it regularly, but usually it's because they want it's for profit. They want you to regularly check these things. Our units are fairly new. Even the tables that we got, they're fairly new. But I agree, yeah, it brought up issues of how we can be better. And if that's what you're asking, if having regular checks is a good thing, yeah, I agree.
Is there a policy presently for equipment checks?
I don't have a policy, but I try to do it every 2 or 3 years now because, the electrical stimulation is basically and the traction is the only modality that we use. And then the hot pack units, I have a thermometer. We check that every day, ensure that that's always it's not going to be too hot.
Okay, thank you. The documents also reflected that there was no discharge summary written for patient A. How long after was that discharge, or was it ever written and signed
Well,
off
the
on?
patient never came back. It was just she came in just for a consultation. And I think my initial, again, we're not here to litigate that, but my initial, I guess in the meeting with the first ALJ was that we don't have any intermediate appointments. We don't have any progress made. It's just coming in for evaluation. So for me to fully write a discharge note with summary of the evaluation and treatment, and then what I'm discharging the patient to, I couldn't have done it because the patient never came back. She only came in for the one time for the evaluation.
Okay. And then Dr. Brandon did ask you questions about the electrode use, and I just wanted to follow up on that because I'm still not clear on, because you said it was the physical therapist's judgment as to whether or not to get new electrodes and throw those away. So how are you tracking the electrode use? So you have them labeled in a Ziploc and then with their date of birth and name. So how are you tracking use of particular electrodes?
So each patient has their own. When we get a new sleeve, right, and then we put their name, date of birth, issue date, and the therapist, since the therapist is the one that is going to be applying electrode, they'll determine after they clean the skin, does it adhere well? If you put it on and it's like, oh, you just lift it up, it's not sticking, it's bad. Just throw it away. There's no use to use it again. We have a lot of electrodes.
Okay. So you don't have a maximum use of like, okay, if it's been used 6 times, then we're going to toss them.
I think no, we don't. But it's they don't get that many visits, so they're only here like 4 to 6 times max. Some patients come in for like even when we do electrical stimulation, we don't do it every visit. Like if necessary, if it doesn't help them anymore after 3 or 4 times, it doesn't do anything. So we'll just not use that modality.
Okay.
So yeah, so by itself, just the way we practice, after so many times, it doesn't help. It doesn't do anything.
Okay. And then I have one other question. So you mentioned that training and competency is ongoing, competency checks are ongoing, but do you have a cycle for each aid? So for example, if you have checked them off on competency for preparing hot or cold packs, which you mentioned that was one of the main duties, then how much was it 3-month check later? What is the schedule of competency checks for your aides?
So because they come in as volunteers.
Right.
And as they learn it, if they learn what they have done, if we feel like, okay, you know how to perform a stretch, right? Then we check it off. If you prepare the hot pack correctly, you don't just throw a hot pack on the patient, there's layers to put on there, then we check it off. So we ask him to show us the exercise in question. Obviously, these are not comprehensive. There are other exercises that, like one of our therapists, like to do a lot more yoga-based stuff. So she may have an exercise, and she'll teach the patient how to do it, and then the aide will follow up with it. But yeah, the competency document is interesting because it's not. I don't know if there is a competency document that's comprehensive for all physical therapy. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Is there something that is, that physical therapists say this is the competency document and we're going to use this across the board? So what we have developed is just a huge list of things that we would do, and we make sure they know what they're doing, because oftentimes, if you look at some of those exercises, they're not for your 20-year-old bodybuilder, right? They're for most of our population that are older people.
Okay, so let's just take a modality.
Yeah.
So what is your competency cycle check for hot and cold packs? Check for your aides. So all of them need reviews, and so what is your policy for that?
So I haven't developed a policy for that, because when they get signed off, they are already determined that they are competent to do this particular modality. And plus, our aides, they don't stay for like more than a year. They're gone. They're out to school by the time. So they're part-timers, and then by the time they there have been a couple that stay longer because they had to delay acceptance of PT school. But to answer your question, there is no like recertification, I guess, is that what you're asking?
Or just recheck on their competency?
It's okay. So the way it's ongoing is because they're doing the exercise with the patient. If they're doing it wrong, we would just correct them, and then teach them again. But we haven't had to do that because of the exercises, like I said, once they learn it, they're pretty simple. They're not that hard to like, I mean, you can't really go wrong. I mean, you could, I guess, if the patients go wrong when they do a performance stretch, we correct them, right? So the aides will correct them, but there's no recheck like in 3 months to see if you're doing it correct. Once they've checked off that they understood the exercises, we check it off, and if they complete the entire list over there, that's when we can allow them to work here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Dr. Kaloff, any questions?
Yes, I have few.
Mhm.
Thank you, Dr. Kwong. Or Mr. Kwong. Okay, so my two questions, they're related to exercise prescription. So can you clarify to me how much time or the PT with the PT aid, how does that look like when they're working together with a patient? You said you have 4 patients or 2 patients every hour, every 45 minutes?
So we schedule on the top of the hour and on the half hour. So up to sometimes it's overlapping. So the way it works, the physical therapist will look at their patient schedule, right? For me, it doesn't matter now because I'm the only one there do my own thing. Physical therapist will look at the patient schedule, and let's say patient X coming in at 9 o'clock, and there's another one maybe coming in at the same time, 9 o'clock. The physical therapist says, okay, well, here, if they come at the same time, I want you to start with these exercises first, and I want to start with the other one. Or it depends on the PT. That sometimes they'll say, okay, let me bring them both in one at a time, and then when I'm ready for you, then you go ahead and take over the exercises. I'll come back and check on you afterwards. But it all depends on them. So the time, you asking how much time?
Yeah, overall, how much time is spent with the patient from a PT perspective? How much time does the PT spend at as far as, with the physical therapy session?
I mean, they're with the patient back and forth the whole time. They go back and forth.
half an
Right.
hour, 45 minutes?
Our patients here are about 45 minutes. If you include some of the modality, like if they're coming at the end of it, they need a cold pack for like their joint. They may be on a cold pack for 10 minutes.
And there's overlap with other patients.
Yeah, they're often overlap. As one's finishing, sometimes another one's getting ready to start.
Okay, so let's say a PT is occupied with one patient, and there's another patient also,
Coming in or already?
together.
Okay.
They're simultaneously together under the care of
Yeah.
the one physical therapist. How is the PT aid used in terms of exercise prescription or exercise supervision?
Yeah, so we have a list of exercises that we will want them to do for that day. Our therapist will say, okay, here's the list. Don't do this one. I'm going to modify this one. Let's hold off this one. And so they'll tell the aide this, and that. Those are the ones I want you to do. And then the therapist may come back and say, I'm going to add a couple on my own. So they'll modify the plan according to what they think is necessary.
Got it. So the physical therapist is planning ahead
Oh, yeah.
before
yeah,
the patient
for sure.
before the patient comes.
Yeah, it's not like
Which makes sense. Yeah.
yeah.
But let's say again, the physical therapist is occupied with their patient, and they're not in direct supervision of this physical therapist aid.
Well, they're always in direct supervision because we're in a big open area. So it's not like one's there on one side and then around the corner you couldn't see them. It's always line of sight with them. So we always see where they're at. Where there's no we don't have our place is open all the way down from one end to the other. So it's not like they're gone around corner and we can't see. It's direct line of sight.
Are you familiar with the Physical Therapy Act when it comes to the responsibility of the physical therapist aid when it comes to, again, therapeutic exercises?
They can assist with it, and then if these are called patient-related tasks.
With direct supervision.
Yes, yeah. They're not. Yeah, like I said, they're not around the corner. You can see them.
So the PT is watching both.
Oh yeah,
patients, basically.
out of the corner of their eye sometimes too. Just.
Okay. Thank you. These are my questions.
Thank you. Ms. McMillian, any questions?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Kwan, for coming in, and my colleagues, my fellow board members have asked a lot of the questions that I had written down, but I'm not a practitioner. So my job is to be the voice of the public, and bear with me because I want to fully understand what a day looks like in your practice. First, I really appreciate you taking accountability and responsibility for the decisions that you made in the past. There's a difference between making a mistake and making a bad decision. And so I hear you saying that you made some bad decisions in the past. So I appreciate you for acknowledging those. The second thing is no man is an island. And I also appreciate the fact that you recognize that you needed help, but it sounds like you needed more assistance and support doing administrative work. Did I hear that wrong?
No, I do that that's why I don't work 5 days seeing patients. I spend a day and a half doing my admin stuff. So I do those from home, calling insurance companies. Otherwise I was seeing patients 5 days a week. There's no way to catch up on those things. So my option is to, for refreshing myself as well, is to be able to have some days where I don't have patient care, that I just do administrative stuff.
Mental health is everything. So the way that you remedied that is you're taking more time away from the office and you're
No.
doing it.
So I've been doing 3.5 days for a long time. It's a personal choice I made because I wanted to spend time with my parents as they were aging, my in-laws as they were aging, and as my children were young. I made the decision that's why in the past I've had people work a couple of days a week here and there, because I don't believe out of necessity people have to work. I've been blessed not to have to do that. I accept whatever I make, and then I'm okay with it, because I don't want to need to spend 5-6 days a week just trying to make money, right? So administrative days are lighter for me. I can call my mom and say, hey, are you free? Let's go have lunch. I want to catch up with you. So yeah, you're talking about mental health. Yeah, it's part of that, but also the responsibility as a son. I think I should be, taking care of my parents and my.
So you're figuring out how to balance work and life.
Oh yeah, I made that decision a long time ago. It's not worth it, only because I'll tell you a story. And when I related to this, there's a place locally, a German restaurant that was very successful. Immigrants came in, built a big restaurant, and the father, got sick of terminal illness. He eventually passed. The wife took over the business. Staff told her, "Hey, we got you. Go enjoy it with your family. Go on vacation." She didn't, because I understand her and her husband built this as immigrant, big restaurant, right? She didn't, but she also passed. Yeah. And so after hearing that story, I used to be in the office right next to that building. It's an empty land right now. It's still empty. It's been since 2006. It's still empty. And I learned from that story, right when I started my private practice, I said, wow, something to learn. I'll think about it. And I agree with what that patient told me, that he don't work your life away.
Mm. I
So that's why I
really,
don't do like 5 days patient care. Not because if I did 5 days patient care, yeah, I earn more money, right? And then do what? And I mean, I'm pretty simple in my life. I told my wife a couple buffets a year, I'm good. That you don't need anything complicated with me. You know,
it sounds like throughout this whole ordeal, you had many aha moments. So, and I'm glad that you recognize them and that you're actually putting some action behind them. There was another area, please bear with me, the volunteerism. So are you saying that your PT aides volunteer or
okay.
yeah,
So-
explain that for
So
me?
when you want to apply to physical therapy school, right? You need so many hours of community, outpatient, inpatient hours to kind of document that you've been in that arena.
Like a practicum?
No, they just need to document you've been in this area as either observer or volunteer or even paid as a physical therapist aide. Obviously, the more experience and hours you've logged in, either as a volunteer or paid staff, across multiple settings, your chances of getting accepted to a physical therapy program is better, right? Because they not all of them have really good grades, right? Some of them are like, they're mediocre grades. So they have to kind of up their resume somewhere else. So our volunteers come in because they're in the process of starting. Some of them are freshmen, so I want to start observing this profession. I need to, come in and start logging in all my hours. And some programs want a lot, some of them don't want that many. And I tell them, hey, get as many as you can get across multiple settings. It makes you a better candidate when you apply.
Does
So-
your practice have relationships with like schools or?
Right now, there are a couple that want to, like Cal State Fullerton and Cal State LA. They have their kinesiology department.
Mhm,
And oftentimes they have, it's called student interns, right?
mhm.
I told them, well, I don't take interns, like in that sense, where you come in and just out of the blue, come in and just work. They can't do that because they don't know what they're doing. So I'll often tell them, look, if there's a position, I'll keep their name open. And if they want to volunteer to start, that's fine. They can come in, observe and learn and observe what we're doing. And then sometime down the future, if someone is planning to leave, and if you want to come on board,
Mhm.
then we got to make sure you're trained well before you come on board.
So I'm going to piggyback off of what Dr. Armstrong asked you. What does that look like? So if I'm a patient
Mhm.
and I'm coming in and a PT aide is working on me, is there a volunteer with that PT
Yeah,
aide?
holding the paper, they're like just learning, they're just jotting notes down. So they're
Okay.
trying to learn. So they have that packet I gave you.
Mhm.
So if they, for example, the PTAs who already been deemed competent to work, they're teaching an exercise, and then they may say, okay, this is the hamstring stretch. Okay, you're looking at it. And any notes they want to make for themselves to learn, they can do that on their own. So they have a copy of theirs that they do all kinds of notes, but the official copy that when we actually sign them off, doesn't have all these chicken scratch all over it. They have their own chicken scratch notes.
Oh, and so I think I did hear you say that you do have a policy review schedule in
So-
place.
Yeah, so when they come as a volunteer, right? And if I determine that, okay, we need an aide to cover these hours, I don't just say the next one is available. It's whoever I think is ready. The one that I think have learned, that knows their stuff, right? I'm not going to just throw them in the clinic and say, hey, you start working with, put them on the bike and do this and that and show them this exercise if they don't know what they're doing.
Mhm.
So yeah, we ensure that, hey, do you know what this? Show me how you're doing the stretch. Are you doing it correctly? And then if they are, we check it off. Right? Any of the therapists can do that. They can check it off with them.
Okay, Thank you. And then my last question is, now this goes back to the electrodes. And so part of the problem was your cleaning and storage, that you weren't following the manufacturer's guidelines. So how has that been rectified?
So we don't clean those anymore. We don't into the past, what we had done, we would clean it with soap and water, right? A light soap and water, and we'd kind of face up, let it dry to the air so that it becomes tacky again.
All right.
We don't do that anymore. Each patient has their own set. So if you came in and you need open the door, open the brain, and now your electrode situation is not often, you're not gonna be here that long. At least it's not gonna be fine. This is your first two times. Now I'm gonna tell you, try to join, we feel, and then the bio will place on you, right? Like they will, hey, man, clean that part of your skin, right? Because I think it has lotion today, so we clean it out first. Now, after that, if electrodes goes on you and it's tacky, it's good. If I come down and say, oh, I can lift up that little, the tiny
I
end.
have to stop for 5 seconds. I'm sorry about that. My camera went down, the equipment went down, so hold up your thoughts, please.
Tell me when. Okay. All right. So yeah, like I said, if I just take that little end and just lift up, and it doesn't stick on you, it's bad already. It doesn't stick. It's useless. I mean, it probably could work, but I don't take that chance anymore. It's just
Okay, so you apply the electrode.
we don't clean them because apparently the manufacturer doesn't give you recommendations for cleaning them, so we don't do that anymore.
So my question is, but the patient's skin, you don't clean that?
No, we do. We have a little isopropyl alcohol spray, like
Yeah.
70% mix.
Okay,
So
okay.
yeah, just rubbing alcohol.
Okay,
to
I
clean
was
the
just
skin.
missing the step, so,
Yeah.
okay. Well, thank you,
Yeah.
thank you for coming in, and thank you for answering questions.
You're welcome.
All right, I think we've gone through all the board members, but I'll circle back to see if any board members have thought of any subsequent questions. Go ahead, Tara.
Okay, so I just want to ask a practical one now because something came to my mind. Do your physical therapists sometimes see patients from the other physical therapist, or your evals see another physical therapist for follow-up?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, there's that forgot the term, but they'll do the evaluation, right? And they'll have their notes to follow that this is the goals, this is what I want to accomplish, right? So the other physical therapists will look at that to see, okay, well, I'm not familiar with this patient, right? So they'll either look through the evaluation and see what the treatment plan and what they're planning to do. And any more questions, we just go and we just kind of brainstorm, hey, what do you want to do with this patient? Or do you want to take him back today? If you want to take him back, we'll swap back.
okay. So
Yeah.
if there's a patient, I'm just giving an example, patient L has been evaluated by another therapist
Yeah.
and they have a total knee replacement post-operatively. This is their 4th visit.
Mhm.
and they called out, you have to take the patient. Well, not you now, you with an aide. When you are able
Okay,
to have
okay.
aides again, okay?
Okay.
And so, or you could do the other way and you saw a patient and now they're coming in to see another therapist on their fourth visit. They've been coming routinely and it's knee replacement. So you're working on range of motion. They needed heat. They usually get heat at the beginning.
Yeah, I don't heat.
Okay,
I
well,
don't heat those joints when they're
okay,
inflamed.
okay.
So,
So let's just say something
Yeah.
needed heat
yeah.
and they've been getting it regularly when they come in.
Okay. Okay.
What's the process after the person checks in and
So, so
and they know they're
so
gonna
if I
see?
have an aid, right?
Mhm.
So assuming I have an aid,
Mhm.
I would look at my plan,
Mhm.
okay, and I would look at what's been done, and then the progress note, the previous progress note. What's the plan for today? If there was a plan, say today we're going to increase repetitions or try to do this, then I will have to go through modify that. Say, okay, we're gonna modify. We're gonna try putting them on. Let's say that it says go on machine X today.
Mhm, mhm.
So then I would take them there first. I'm not gonna let the age just so randomly say anything changes. They're not gonna do it because it's for us to determine
Mhm.
a new thing. Can it be done? And if it can't be done, okay. Okay, they're on a bike. Oh, or machine X doing well. Okay, so they're safe in that one.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was a lot of communication between the aide and ourselves. Our other two therapists, as they're working, they go back and forth. They'll say, "Hey, how did they do on that exercise?" Okay, they'll just go just back and forth, kind of bantering feedback, whatever. And then she would document or he would document the notes. Like, hey, patient noted that today's, knee extension was a little more sore because, whatever the reason. Then the therapist go back and say, hey, is it you more sore? Why? What happened? It's just checking on them.
Okay, thank you for that information.
All right, any further questions from any other board members?
Can I follow up again
ahead.
with my exercise question?
Yes.
How much time does the PT and the aide spend one-on-one to go over these exercises? I'm assuming it's a very busy practice you have.
It's not busy. Okay, so they're here. Let's just say if they have an exercise program that will be 30 minutes, right? Okay, let's say that there's two patients. They each get 30 minutes, right? Whether it's with the aide at that time, but it's back and forth. So I can't say, well, it's 15 minutes here and 8 minutes there. But they're going back and forth. They're communicating during the treatment, right? So saying, okay, I'm with person doing this and they're on a bike for 5 minutes. Okay, after bike, can you follow up with this patient with a couple of leg raises on the table? I'm gonna go see how they're doing and then before the next exercise. So how much time? Usually there are about 30 minutes of exercises in our program for them, each patient. So they overlap a little bit. Sometimes obviously it's more or less depending how they're feeling that day.
Okay.
But they're going back and forth in that way.
So my question is, times where the PT aide is not under immediate
Oh, never. No. Our clinic is
and
open.
direct.
Yeah, I could see them.
You can see them.
Yeah, so we have tables in the corner, right? Around the like a wall like this, right? And that's it. And the gym's right over here, right? So we're always in this whole area. And if you can go to our website, it's small. It's not that big of a clinic. It's just narrow, right? And then you can totally see from one end to the other. So they're not left. The patient never left alone with the PTA out of oblivion, and we don't know what happened to them. They're always in.
So the PT is really, again, watching from what you're describing is definitely watching very closely what two patients are doing at the same time.
Yeah, it would be one the PT was with, and then the other one out of the corner of the eye. They just think, what are you doing?
How are you billing for that?
We have HMOs. We don't have that. We do a lot of managed care. It's it's called fee. It's per diem. We don't. The way the contracts that work with us, they agree to say, okay, if they come in for a visit, you bill one code, and they said these are the codes. One code we want to bill. So it's not line item billing. I think line item billing is like, you did 15 minutes of Therax. You did, obviously Medicare is a one-on-one directly. We don't do any of that stuff. Medicare is restricted. Physical therapist. It has to be one-on-one with Medicare.
So you have Medicare patients as
Not
well?
a lot. We get a few.
Yeah, you mentioned you have older, right? Older
Yeah,
patients.
they're like those managed care HMOs. They're like, and they've joined the they've assigned the Medicare and the Medi-Cal portions usually to a medical group. You know, they're really heavily advertised and marketed in our area. Some of the medical groups want them to join. So the contracts, some of the contracts that we have, most of them, in fact, they've agreed to say, okay, if you come in for physical therapy, just bill us the Therex code. We don't want to know everything else. Just one Therex code for all the treatment you guys do. I guess it streamlines billing for them on their side too. So they don't have to like say, okay, here's your contract rate, 00000 paid. You know, it makes it easy for them.
So it's one payment, one code for each
Per diem. It says per diem rate.
per diem
Yeah.
for each patient.
The majority of ours, yeah, it's a per diem under contract.
And I'm just curious, how much is it usually?
So well, some of them are like really bad. Some are like 45. Our top one is like 70. But everything else, the lowest one is like our Medi-Cal ones, which is a big portion of ours, so like $45 a visit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions from any other board members? All right, hearing none, I'll take closing arguments. Ms. Wolanski?
Your Honor and board members, the burden is on petitioner to present clear and convincing evidence of rehabilitation. Petitioner has complied with his probation terms and conditions. However, mere compliance with probationary terms is not sufficient evidence of rehabilitation. This case has an extensive procedural history, and the evidence in this case has been considered several times. An ALJ heard evidence and submitted a proposed decision in 2020. The board then declined to adopt that decision and issued its decision after rejection in 2021, which ordered placing respondent on 5 years of probation. Respondent or petitioner then filed a petition for a writ for administrative mandamus review with the Superior Court. The Superior Court partly granted that writ and remanded the case back to the board to reconsider the appropriate level of discipline. And following the Superior Court's decision, in September of 2022, the board reevaluated the evidence and determined that petitioner had failed to, 1, maintain adequate and accurate records, 2, respondent failed to document records as required by regulation, and 3, and critically, respondent failed to adequately supervise physical therapy aides. Specifically, the board found cause for discipline for the 3rd, 5th, and 8th causes for discipline. And accordingly, the board determined that the appropriate level of discipline and monitoring was 4 years of probation. The board imposed substantive terms and conditions to protect the public. Critically, respondent's probation requires that he has a practice monitor who writes reports about his progress. Respondent is also prohibited from supervising physical therapy license applicants and physical therapy assistant license applicants. Respondent's probation also prohibits him from supervising physical therapy aides, which played an important role in the underlying accusation. And as a safety mechanism, respondent must also notify all patients, all employees, and employers about his probation status. And in this case, most importantly, his patients and employees, because he runs his own business. It should be noted that even after the board reviewed respondent's evidence in this matter again, after the Superior Court remand, respondent was still dissatisfied. He had submitted a request for reconsideration and a request to stay the decision. The board denied petitioner's request for reconsideration, but granted that stay, which delayed the effective date of respondent's probation starting from November 7th, 2022 to December 2nd, 2022. The board has carefully reviewed the evidence in this case on multiple occasions and believed that 4 years was appropriate. Petitioner should complete his full 4 years, and as such, we ask the board to deny Mr. Kwan's petition. Thank you.
Mr. Kwan, your closing argument?
Okay. Your Honor and members of the board, out of respect, just want to reiterate a couple of things. Initially, the the first administrative law judge had rendered a decision. A decision was 2 years of probation. The board in this judgment decided that based on the evidence, 2 years was not warranted because there was an issue of the patient may have been injured. And that's the reason why it went back to the Superior Court, because in the case itself, the patient did not come to testify. And we were fully prepared to show that the injuries could have been from us, right, because of our bad electrodes. But to entertain the likelihood, there's also a possibility in our community, a lot of our patients do acupuncture and dry needling. Coming in with that previous treatment could also have posed a skin risk, and it's our fault because our electrodes, if they weren't cleaned, if there was some issue with dry needling on the area that we had done electrical stimulation on, then yes, I'm at fault, and those things could have happened. But the patient never testified, and we couldn't really identify what, besides the electrodes, what the extent of injury was. And so the Superior Court came back and said, you know, hey, you can render a decision, but injuries cannot take into account any injuries. And for the longest time, I tried to understand when I was put on probation, if injuries was not the case, what happened? And I get it. I had no policies. I had possible dirty electrodes. Supervision was not correct. Could have been better in supervising. And so hence, even though there was no proof of injuries to the patient, what I had been doing potentially could have caused a lot of injuries, right? So I got that. I understand why that had to be changed. And so those changes were made. You know, I've completed 3 years out of the 4 years. The changes were made right away. It wasn't like, it didn't take me 3 years to figure this out. I did it right away because I knew what the issue were, and speaking to other private practice owners, ascertaining what the best practices were, they were implementing right away. It's not like I disagree with it. I agree it's a better practice. And so we changed the policies. We make sure those policies in place for electrical stimulation. We eliminated any possibility of untrained staff rendering modality treatments for which they have no understanding or educational understanding of what it does. So our aides don't do any of that stuff anymore. I've complied completely with every term of probation. I didn't miss any meetings. All the letters of recommendation speak highly of my practice and what they know of me, my integrity as a person, that I'm not in this just because of money. I'm not here to make just, if I were, I would be working 6 days a week. I'm not. As a private practice owner, I have to ensure excellence in our clinic. So I supervise the onboarding of all our staff, making sure that they are well trained, right? And ongoing training, meaning that, if I have to reprimand them, I do it nicely in private. I don't, just yell at them, right? So I've seen that happen in a lot of places. It's not right. So I continue to train them and reprimand them and teach them, because one day they're going to become PTs, right? They need to understand what the proper etiquette, what the proper communication should be with patients, and how to treat patients. Prior to this probation, 2018 was the incident. I received my licensure in 1999. I've been PT for 19 years. There was no issues. I supervised aides throughout my entire career at multiple clinics, and there was never an issue with anything happening until this incident where the patient A had an issue with the electrical stimulation. So I think in terms of understanding my understanding of how to be a better practitioner, providing excellent service and to the community and better service, ensuring that the public is fully protected. The changes that I made are ensuring that. And I think, for me across the board, PTs across the board in California maybe should consider the same changes we made in electrical stimulation. I think it's a better policy, but I'm not one to enforce that on anybody. But it is a policy I think guarantees it, that they're not going to get hurt because of electrical stimulation. Aides being trained and ongoing communication with them as they are being worked. If they are working along with the physical therapist, they're receiving knowledge and training every day. They're like, the therapist is working with them, teaching them, because we're educators, right? We teach not just our patients, but these aides are going to become PTs. So we're teaching them how to become a PT one day, giving them the like early experience how to work with patients. I think in my understanding of what I've done, you know, my question is to the board is what is the sufficient evidence of, or to, I guess, Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General, what is the sufficient evidence of rehab? I feel like I have provided that, not taking 3 years to figure it out. Right? I think I've given the board understanding that these changes were made immediately. I owned up to it right away. I said, you know what? I was wrong. I could do better. I should have to do better. And I think I've done better. And I don't think the public poses any risk at this point, you know, for me to be offered probation. There's other reasons I can give, you know, like personal reasons. I don't think it matters, but if you want to hear it, you know, I like to continue just to work 3.5 days a week and continue my paperwork and then spend time with my family and the kids. My son's getting older, right? He's 17, you know, aspiring D1 golfer. He wants to get into college golf. I'm trying to, you know, work and get him to the next goal, right? To get into college golf and compete at the hopefully national level one day. But, you know, I want to assure the board, look, the dangers that were there, they're no longer there. Right? I understand what makes a better PT. I understand what makes the clinic better. I understand what makes us distinct in the San Gabriel Valley, in providing service to our patient. We're not run of the mill. We're not even one of those mill clinics where people, it's just like a bunch of people come in at one time and you know, 4 or 5 patients per hour with a team of 2. We don't do that. That's just ridiculous, right? We provide good service. I really believe we provide good service and honest service. We don't intend to do any harm. Unfortunately, in that case, you know, something happened. So, you know, I appeal to the board to see what has been done, the policies that are in place now, and they will continue to be in place. There are definitely areas to continue to improve, and I'm going to seek out those areas, right? To find out, you know, for my colleagues, we brainstorm, you know, one we play pickleball with. Hey, what else are you guys doing that's different from us, you know, that we can be better, right? You guys have been long in the community longer than we have, and you guys have a good reputation as well. So what are you doing that we can do better? And I'm willing to learn from that and continue with that. But I do think that, like, what is the sufficient evidence of rehab? I don't know. I mean, honestly, I don't know if there's an answer for that. Sometimes it could, maybe there isn't enough. Maybe there is enough. I don't know. That's for the board's determination, to see, one, am I giving you what you believe to be honest? I hope I'm presenting what you see as honesty in front of you. I'm not trying to sway the board with emotional testimony or grandiose. I'm not an orator. I don't speak well. I'm just telling you that we made changes, and I think it's good changes, and it's going to carry on, and the patient's not going to get hurt from it. And I'm just, you know, asking that you would consider that, and you know, terminate the probation so I can go back and do the other things, the PTs that I want to do. I want to take on students. I want to teach. I want to, you know, and obviously I don't do full-time teaching because I want to only take 3 days a week because I'm not there 5 days a week. But I want to teach. You know, that's one of my goals early on in my career, is to be able to teach. You know, as a side, early on in my career, I almost went the PhD route because I thought about teaching. I decided that I can't do that. It's too long. It was 6 more years of education. So yeah, I appeal to the board. I gave you, the board, some of the documents of what we've been implemented in over the last few years. Maybe it's enough, maybe it's not. If it's not, I'm willing to learn from it. If there's more that I can do, please let me know. You know, and any better practices that you know of that I can do better, I'd be willing to implement those right away. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kwan. So that concludes the hearing. The record's closed, the matter is submitted, and we are off the record. So just a reminder, Mr. Kwan, if you would check with the court reporter shortly and pick up the court reporter billing sheet, and then you're free to leave.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and Madam President, I'll turn the matter back to you.
Thank you so much. All right, I want to thank those involved. We are going to go into closed session right now. This is agenda item number 4. 5-minute break to allow people to leave the room, and then we'll be resuming afterwards. Hello, thank you. We are now going to break for lunch and return at 1:30, 13:30. Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome back. This is the official business meeting of the Physical Therapy Board of California, day 1. And we are proceeding with our agenda. Item number 5, we are going to postpone until the March 2026 meeting. And we're going to move on to number 6, which is the president's report. So in the materials, you'll see we had completed the adopted calendar for 2025 and 2026. We have the proposed dates for the meetings. Jason, is there any update from last board meeting?
No, the calendar is proposed as you see in the materials. The only thing that I'd emphasize here, though, is just to take a really another look, make sure that there's no conflicts with your personal calendars or professional calendars. Even though you may adopt this, it doesn't mean it's the end all be all. If we have to make adjustments, we always can, but we'd like to put out, as advance notice to the public as possible. So take a look, see if it still works for you. If there are any kind of issues, please bring them to our attention.
Okay, well, I do want to say thank you to our council for working with us, as I know you've had to adjust and coordinate between several boards in the Northern California area and in the Southern California area. So we really appreciate that for this last year and going into 2026. And I also want to thank those board members who made themselves available for not only the phone calls, but also the Zoom meetings for the committees. Those were above and beyond, and also the Sunset Report review that we just had in November. So thank you again. Can everyone take a moment to look at 2026, and then I will entertain a motion if there's an interest. Page 42. Jason, one quick question about the potential for those committee members participating in Sunset Review. You said that should be in which 2 months or 1 month?
Normally we're talking about probably mid-March for the hearing.
So mid-March, ahead of the San Jose host meeting? Okay. Or maybe that same week?
Same week or even the week after.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the 2026 proposed meeting calendar for the PT Board of California.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion, board members? Any public comment on the 2026 proposed meeting calendar? Any comment, public comment online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click that raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can press *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Can we take a vote?
Brandon?
Yes.
Thank you. Gail Armstrong?
Yes. Yes.
Tanya McMillian?
Aye.
Motion carried to adopt the 2026 meeting calendar.
Okay, thank you. And moving on to committee updates. We have two committees that we're still in process participating and contributing. The first one was the EPR process with HR regarding the executive officer level change. And also the second one was the sunset review process. Can I ask my vice president if he wants to give a report on the EPR process and where we are?
Thank you. The EPR process is ongoing, and we are working with Cal HR to basically we're collecting additional information and really starting to put together sort of outline as to we're going to be submitting in March. And, we're still on target in terms of submitting in March for the board to approve.
Okay. Are there any questions about the process or where we are? Okay. And then Dale, did you want to share anything about where we ended up after the last meeting? The one that we did the review for? I know we're going to do it in more in-depth review.
So I would just say that we had a very productive day of reviewing and revising the sunset report in November. And it allowed everyone to provide input, and we will reconvene on addressing it here.
And that was a great opportunity for the public to hear exactly what was being put in and to give their feedback. I think it was wonderful. I was on that committee, and I want to say thank you to my co-committee person. And for those of you who might know Dr. Armstrong and how meticulous she is with not only our minutes, but also our sunset review process and report. I think that is very fitting that we give her a little token of appreciation. And if you know, that would be the dash. We need to give her the dash because she was so meticulous. All right. She really, you know, if you ever need somebody to pick apart a report and make sure it's spotless, we really do appreciate your input. And you have had us learn a lot about like syntax. You could have been an English teacher instead of a PT, who knew? All right, so there's one more thing I want to do before I hand it over to the EO, and that's that I just want to say thank you to everybody for supporting me during this first year of presidency. I learned a lot from the big footsteps that came ahead of me, and just everyone has been so wonderful, the staff, and yeah, it's a learning curve. That's all I have to say. But I also got a great chance to go to some like really good educational programs, and I want to read something really quickly from the book that I got, Doing Good Better by Edgar Stotz. And it's this section where he talks about the balance of governance and management. And he describes three models. He says there's management-centric, board-centric, and then a partnership model, which I'm so proud of this board and the staff and how seamlessly we work together for the good of the citizens and consumers of California. And it's not just what we say, it's like believe in what we implement. So the partnership model, the board exercises its fiduciary role through establishing the organization's vision and mission. It delegates and implements to management under the direction of the EO. And then management accepts its accountability to the board, and it assumes responsibility for program implementation and parameters established by the board. And I just, again, want to say that that wouldn't happen without amazing leadership and support from the board members for that leadership. And so on behalf of your president this year, I just really appreciate all of your work, even when things are getting done behind the scenes. So thank you again. Okay, we're on to agenda item 7. Oh, sorry. Is there any public comment? on agenda item number 6? Okay, not hearing any here. Is there any public comment online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you, moderator. All right, now we're on to agenda item number 7, Executive Officer's Report.
Okay, so the first thing on my list is executive services, and I'm going to highlight outreach in this regard. It's been another busy first quarter. 8 outreach presentations across the state to PT and PTA programs, and 2 consumer outreach events in September, 2 days apart, with one being on a Saturday. We also manned a booth at CPTA's annual conference the following week. And I have to say special, thanks to staff that are on our travel teams. So Paul, Brett, Francisco, and of course, April, for the coordination and all of the logistic planning. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention how successful our student Q&A was at our September board meeting at Loma Linda University. So thank you, President Brandon, for being such a gracious host and breaking records for student attendance. I'm looking forward to our student Q&A tomorrow with the Institute of Technology, who's traveling all the way here from Modesto. And again, I might have mentioned it at our last meeting, but our September meeting was a 5-day stretch. The CPTA annual meeting, our expert consultant training, and then our quarterly board meeting. So again, thank you to all the staff who helped run that marathon. And again, April, Brooke, Vincent, Sarah, and Kim for kind of keeping it all running smoothly. I appreciate it. I know it was a long week. So I'll be presenting the Administrative Services Report later in the agenda, so I'll save my comments for that section. For licensing services, and really with an emphasis on applications, as discussed over the past few years, we've continued to see an increase in applications for licensure. In Q1 compared to last year, we typically see about a 5% increase, but this year it was closer to 10, and that's largely due to a 25% rise in PTA applications alone, year over year. And more details will be provided by Valerie in that report when we get to it. But it led me down kind of a rabbit hole with the rest of the staff. And information is paramount, data is crucial, and our staff focuses on extracting details from our data to improve business processes. And here are some of the data elements that we discovered and we think you might like to hear. For licenses issued in fiscal year 24-25, of the U.S. grad applicants, the average time from application received to license issued was 73 days for PTs and 95 days for PTAs. Some things to consider there, though, are that affect the statistics is the fixed date testing curve. The fixed date testing schedule is anywhere from 80 to 95 days in between exams. Exam failure, which potentially could add another 80 to 95 days to that average. Presence of criminal history and other common deficiencies in the application process. So when we're talking about 73 days, and you just consider dependent on when an application was submitted and to such time that they were made eligible to sit for the next available exam, that could be 73 days alone, right? So it really speaks to the min and max of that average range. And as you've seen in the materials, we provide process times that speak to board control with an average of about 30 days. So as an example for context, for PTs, that 27 days in board control and 46 days within the applicant's control for that total of 73 days. More time on the applicant than it is on board staff. For PTAs, 35 days in board control and 60 days within the applicant's control for that total of 95 days on average. But again, more time on the applicant than it is on board staff. And when I say on the applicant, I mean that also could be sitting and waiting for the next available exam. That's part of that. With the influx of new PTA programs and that increase of PTA applications, we're at a point now where we're going to have to consider additional staffing resources so that we can process PTA applications at that same rate as we do PT applications. So, and then we went a little deeper, right? We can break that application processing time frame down a little further. 29% were issued within 30 days. An additional 39% were issued within 60 days, meaning that 70% of all the applications received and license issued for that period of time was done within 60 days. 12% were issued within 90 days, 8% were issued within 120 days, and 12 were issued over 120 days. Now, that 12% over 120 days, some of the things that could skew that statistic are what we just talked about. Not passing the exam for the first time, or maybe not even sitting for the first available exam, could stretch that average out. And then some feedback that we've gotten recently from the professional association and from some educational institutions as it relates to license applicant status. Something that we found interesting was for 24-25 licenses issued, 25% of PT applicants received PTLA status, and 30% or 35% of PTA applicants received PTALA. So 1 out of 4 actually received PTLA. And we'll delve into that a little bit too. Even more interesting is the average number of days from license applicant status granted to license issued. So for PTs, it was 67 days. So they're utilizing, well, we're assuming that they're utilizing PTLA status for around an average of 2 months before their license is issued. And when I say assuming, not everyone that we grant applicant status to even realizes they have it or is taking advantage of it with an employer or a future employer. And for PTAs, it was 59 days on average. So I think PTLA is one of those that sometimes I might provide a little friction to the conversation for, because PTLA status was created, I describe it sometimes in a bygone era, right? When we did not have the technology we have today, that we administered the exam twice a year, paper and pen on a Scantron sheet. And we needed that time to process those scores. And so we created this status where a applicant could go out into the workforce under the supervision of another physical therapist until the board could get around to administering the load of that recent exam. Now, the numbers are starting to demonstrate too. It's not as needed. Only 1 in 4 take advantage of it or even have it granted to them. Sometimes it's not granted to them because the license is granted the day we would have looked at it. So efficiency and technology has created, I wouldn't say an obsolescence, but at least an obsolescence factor for licensed applicant status. So for consumer protection services, I'm just going to echo some of the things that the enforcement manager, Carol Phelps, will cover in her report, but with a little bit of a twist on perspective from the executive officer. She mentioned some of the new business flows that we've created within SharePoint and how much they benefit staff and timelines and for approvals from the EO. So I guess let's talk about how it benefits me, right? With these new flows, I don't slow staff down nearly as much as I used to, right? That efficiency for me to be able to sit and review cases with them and then hop into a queue, review a document, affix my signature and get it back to them so that they can go forward with the processing of it. I'm eager to see how those numbers bear out in our performance measures in the future, right? How much did I really slow this process down? So, but none of this would be possible without our resident tech guru, AI guru, Vincent Azar. Thank you for making that successful transition and always being so willing to innovate and working side by side with staff to make it happen. And that's the next part for admin services. I'll wait till we get to the admin part of the agenda. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, is there any question from the board or discussion? comment?
Jason, thank you for that. Under the Consumer Protection Services, what measurements are you using to determine if this is a trend or truly an anomaly?
So members are used to seeing in our quarterly materials where we post our performance measures, and they're broke down to PM1, PM2, PM3, so on. And those categories that are broken down come down to, at least for us at this point, would be the investigation, the time that it takes to investigate the case, and then to actually file a formal accusation. I can, based on volume or cases that come through, in my estimate, anecdotally, I could add up to a week to that timeline just by reviewing those cases for EO approval, signing them, and getting them back to staff for processing, right? And now in this kind of new automated flow, I can literally do it from almost anywhere, right? I could be on my laptop or my iPad. I can bring it up. They can send it to me. In fact, I gave Carol a hard time earlier today because yesterday, while we were preparing for this meeting, her staff submitted 2 citations for me to review, right? And I was like, really? Before a board meeting? But guess what? Because of the flows, I could turn it around and do it very quickly and get it back to them. And they better be issued by tomorrow, right? So anyway, we all have a factor in this, in moving these cases through the process, even when it comes down to even board votes, right? So we send them to board members for vote. The timeline that we give you to review that case and choose to adopt, right? Choose to grant or choose to hold for discussion or choose, that adds to those performance timelines too, right? So we're trying to squeeze out every little bit of efficiency we possibly can.
I appreciate the friendly nudges.
We all do. Any other questions or comments from the board?
Just a quick question. Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. What is the goal with the turnaround from the time an applicant applies for the license until they get the license? Is there a goal for?
So we have an internal measure of 45 days for one category and 90 for the other, but what I would say is, we're well within those categories, but we measure those categories based on the time frame, almost like a chess clock, when it's in the board control, right? Once we hit that chess clock and we give it back to the applicant to fulfill any kind of deficiency they might have, they didn't supply a document, or they didn't supply a picture, or they haven't sat for the exam, either the MPTE or the JAM, it's now in the applicant's control, right? And so I want to do what I can to reduce both times, right? And so for me, the most interesting number is from application received to license issued, because I think that there's still a little bit we can find in either in board control or in applicant control. And within applicant control, some of the things that we can do are the effects of our outreach program, right? Teaching the applicants to be better applicants upon submission, that their applications are more complete, they're more prepared. That takes a little bit of time out of there as well.
Can you go back to the PTA and the licensing unit, the dedicated staff? I see, I think it's page 76. The PTA had 40, is that 40, the processing time, right? 40 days. But so did, there were also higher numbers for the foreign educated, but those are, they're handled separately. How many people are dedicated to each one?
So for the foreign desk, there's one AGPA level analyst, and the foreign is a different
process.
It's a whole different process. It's a little bit more in depth when it comes to analysis, but also timeframes. Foreign applicants often have to do a 9-month clinical, so you'll see that kind of stretch that number out, and that's by necessity, right? Based on current legislation and what we're looking at, we can't really control that. They either do it, and sometimes it takes longer than that. We usually give them a period of time to find a clinical site and find a clinical instructor, then that 9 months to complete it. And within that 9 months, that clinical instructor essentially has to vouch at 2 points during the process to say that they met that clinical requirement and they can be moved forward in the application process.
Do we have a metric for that one? Like in terms of a goal metric?
We have goal metrics, but that one's hard. It's not the same way we have performance measures for US grads.
Okay.
The process is a lot more convoluted for foreign. They have different avenues that they can take. If they're licensed in another state, they may not have to do the 9 months, right? They can use that work experience from that state.
Each
in lieu of.
is
So it's-
individual, very individual.
Okay.
So back to the PTA, you feel like that unit is gonna find support inside, or you're thinking we need more?
I think
Staff.
based on these numbers now, and we know that there are more programs coming online for PTA and the demand for PTA in California is going up. That in order to sustain that quality of those timelines, we're probably going to have to throw some additional staffing at that. It's not based on existing resources. That's probably through a budget change proposal and hiring on a new person.
Okay. All right. Okay, are there any public comment for agenda item number 7? Okay. Any comment online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can press *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment on WebEx at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to then move on to agenda item number 8. And let you take that away, Jason.
So we are going to pick up where we left off in Sunset Review. We have some new additional language for the board to look at from, subsequent to the November 19th meeting. I'm just going to give a few seconds. Sarah's going to bring it up in the WebEx. We'll be able to follow along on the screen. You'll be able to follow along on your drafts also. We've made the edits that were required and requested at the November 19th meeting, but we do have some additional content to get through. Okay, so we are live on WebEx now, right? So this is the draft document for the board's Sunset Review report. And we are starting with section 9. So I want to make sure that we're seeing what you see on your screen. Okay.
Oh, okay. For those on the WebEx, the materials are available under the content tab, and you can download them if you would like to see the materials in addition to us displaying them. For the members of the public that are in the room, there are also copies available. So for this agenda item, it's to discuss issues. So I started with section number 9, but if the board would like to start with a different section, just let me know.
I think you can continue. Thank you.
Okay. So these are prior sunset issues and their current status. I don't know if you want to discuss them or if you just are doing feedback for review, let me know.
Okay, so just for reference, this is part of the answer to the question. Can you kind of help give context? The question is, what are the previous, yeah.
Two switches that you can choose from, Susan.
Too dark. Thank you, though. So I'm sorry. Yeah, one more time, Sarah. The question is to the board, provide prior sunset background information concerning the issues or each individual issue as it pertains to the board. Okay. And the first one was the waiver extension. making it permanent for being able to get authorization.
So this language you did review at the November 19th meeting, and this was explaining where it with the WebEx portion. Yeah, okay. In our previous sunset, we were in the middle of the pandemic, and one of the things that we thought would be good for sunset is to ask the legislature to require of the board to provide a WebEx or virtual component for all of our board meetings, similar to what we're doing today. But if we were going to meet, then we'd have to provide it. We weren't granted that, but we also knew that there was going to be some changes to the Open Meetings Act that might account for some of this. And sure enough, there was, right? Those extensions were recently sunrised for another few years. They're not quite what we were asking for in sunset, but they were enough that we think that it still serves the purpose as a vehicle for the public to participate.
Can she scroll down then to the WebEx requirement section? Everyone okay? Yeah. Because the other one was for the authorization being
Okay.
not in person.
I'll summarize that one now.
Okay.
I took them out of sequence.
That's okay.
So everybody's okay with the language as it pertains to the WebEx?
Yes.
So for the first issue, it was language that we asked for, also pandemic related, when it came to direct access. And in the existing language at the time, a physical therapist, a consumer could access physical therapy services from a PT for 12 visits or 45 days, whichever came first. But in the statute, it was required that for them to continue past that point, they would need a sign off on the plan of care by a physician or surgeon or other diagnostician that required an in-person meeting. Well, we knew, given the pandemic, that that was a very difficult thing to attain. And there were some exemptions that were in place at the time for telemedicine that allowed for those extensions to happen. And just anecdotally, looking at our data, we didn't see any issues with that maybe continuing as a permanent option in statute. So through sunset, we required or asked the legislature to change the language to allow for that extension of plan of care to be done via telemeans. They did as a result of that sunset, and it's been successful. We haven't had any issues that have kind of popped up from it. Other than we can see kind of from a distance that it does seem to provide a little bit more convenience for our consumers and being able to access direct access and allowing for physical therapists to utilize that vehicle too. So this has been a longstanding issue for us. This is the third sunset that will be asking the legislature to consider extending our statutory caps for the fees that we charge. For the last two sunsets, as we've made this request, we've not proposed a fee increase, if you will. We were fairly solvent. We didn't see any need for it, but because we were at our statutory caps, at least I will say, I wasn't completely comfortable not having a plan B, right? If something should exigent circumstances come, lawsuit, a change in examination services or something like that, that would require more admin resources and pull our fund condition down at a rate that we weren't anticipating. The ability to increase fees through the regulatory process is that plan B. And right now we don't have it, right? We're at our statutory caps. We couldn't increase fees if we wanted to. I would say currently we're still in a decent financial situation. We are asking the legislature for the third time to consider extending the caps. This year, we're taking a little bit different approach. We're working collaboratively with the Budget Office and Department of Consumer Affairs and doing a workload analysis of what our fees are currently, which we're seeing are probably a little lower than they should be. And then on top of that, adding a projection for time, increases in workload, increases in applications received, those kind of things, to at least make an estimate to give to the legislature of what we think the increase in cap should be. It's not to say to increase the fees, it's just to increase the authority to increase the fees through regulatory authority.
I think that we were discussing, Jason, the difference between the last sunset when we asked in this one regarding our fund condition and how it shifted, and specifically due to the increase in some of the investigative costs for us.
I mean, an important thing of note is that the Physical Therapy Board is a special fund, meaning it does not receive any taxpayer money. All of the revenues, all the expenditures are funded by revenues that we receive from applications and renewal fees. I think everyone can relate to the idea of increases in costs of overhead and inflation and those kind of things. And we have seen a significant rise in costs for an enforcement program, primarily based on the hourly rate that we are provided services from the Attorney General's office. But even a smaller portion of that for the costs that are passed to us by the Office of Administrative Hearings, for the hearings that we hold, and the ALJ services that are provided to us, but also just additional staffing, right? We are, with the exception of one vacancy today, fully staffed for the first time in a long time, which draws down that budget a little bit quicker. And every year you can anticipate about a 3 to 5% increase in overhead costs as it relates to typical overhead, which is what I would call, rent and the power bill, and then our human resources also in increases in retirement and health benefits and those kind of things. So I'm still very comfortable with our fund condition. I think I've shared in the past, I want a double-digit fund condition and I want a year. We're at about 8 months right now. And then based on conservative projections, we can probably anticipate losing anywhere from a month to 2 months every year for the next 4 years. If that's the case, then insolvency is what we have to look at. And that's where these statutory caps become even more important.
So just to clarify, when we were at the sunrise, how much did we have in our fund condition? We were double digits.
We were in a much better, well, we were at 10 months.
Yeah.
I mean.
Barely. Yeah. Okay.
We were right at 10 months.
And this number hasn't been changing because we are getting more complaints. I don't see, well, I mean, I can't tell over the course of the last 3 years, but I can tell from last year to this year, we're the same number.
Yeah. And we've talked about that at length in past board meetings, where it's not necessarily tied to an increase in the number of complaints, but just from our own experience, the complexity of those complaints, and then the increase in incurred costs from outside entities like the AG's office and OAH have contributed to that.
Yeah, I think it's just really important for the public to know we're not increasing the number of complaints, and it's not directly related to just the cost of doing business and that.
There's very little opportunity in government to right size the cost of doing business. And this is one of the only vehicles that we have.
Okay. Does anyone on the board have any questions or comments about the writing of this section or anything? Okay. I think we can scroll to issue 4.
So this was an issue that we addressed in a previous sunset in 2021. And this really speaks to the structure of the board and the position of the exempt position of the executive officer. We just talked a few minutes ago about the committee's work on submitting an exempt position request in March. And here it really is looking at the size and structure of the board, not necessarily the person holding that seat or their performance. It is essentially what is the ceiling of the PT board. In that 2021, it was more of an emergent situation. And I will just say from a selfish perspective, the ability to have an assistant executive officer is a gift to us all, but most importantly me. So, but because of the position that the executive officer was sitting in at the time, there was no place to put a intermediate in between myself and the managers. There has been some movement in the EPR, and it was adjusted high enough just to allow for an AEO to be kind of squeezed in between, which was a blessing. But we still think that there's an imbalance in the leadership itself for the role and the ceiling. To predict that there may be some staffing additions that we're going to have to be pursuing in the near future, and this is definitely a consideration for that. In this section of the report, it goes into a very long history of the board's attempt to right size this position, and even some of the successes and failures in doing so. And so we're just providing this as an update to the 2021 report to the legislature as to the status of where we are today.
Can I say it's very similar to our cap issue in that it's not that they're asking or that the board is asking for a specific number or finite, it's another band basically. And it's based on the growth of the board and what its jurisdiction is.
Yeah, there should be a periodic assessment of structure to make sure that it is appropriated correctly.
But in that next band, there's also room for increase. Is that right? Inside of the band, and we're at the top of whatever band.
Yeah. Each band has a min max.
Mhm.
We are maxed at the band that we're in now, but we're also maxed in the ability that position creates for civil service impact for the rank and file below.
Mhm. Okay. Any discussion or questions about the wording of this section? If not for the board, let's move on to issue 5.
In our 2021 sunset, based on one of the recommendations that was provided to us by BMP staff in our briefing paper, was the topic of animal physical therapy. And so we've included it here with kind of a history, but also an update on some more recent events. We do have a session item on the agenda tomorrow, an informational session from the Animal Physical Therapy Coalition, along with the FSVPT and a few colleagues from from the state of Kentucky to kind of talk about the logistics and structure. But here it's just essentially our address back to the recommendation that was made by the BMP in 2021.
Okay, go ahead. Any questions? Any comments on this section's wording? Okay. We can keep moving then. I think, okay, so new issues is our other section.
So for new issues, you will see kind of some redundancy from the previous issues, but these are the more current and relevant updates to those answers. So where we provided an extension in history past 2021, if the issue still exists for the board, we're addressing it here also in the new issues section. And so again, you'll see the exempt level increase.
I have a comment. It's kind of nitpicky. But on line 20, it says multiple prior exempt level studies. I don't know, multiple sounds like a few to me, and I feel like it should say numerous or even a plethora. But
We could certainly replace multiple with the actual number of attempts,
perfect.
if that was fine.
Okay.
Anything else for the EPR section?
No.
So for number 2, for issuing or updating the fee statute, again, this is part of the description that I just gave you with what's going on right now. The workload analysis that we're doing right now is kind of an in-depth into even just the labor that's involved in processing an application and if we're still in alignment with the existing fees. And then even a kind of a more a higher elevation review of just the total administrative costs of the board and if the current $300 renewal fee suffices that. That information will be available, or that analysis is projected to be concluded by probably the 1st or 2nd week of March. So timely for our conversations with the BMP, and also part of a larger conversation that they'll be having with the rest of the Department of Consumer Affairs for other boards that are in pretty much or very much the same or similar situation.
Okay. Any questions or comments about that last piece before we move on to the new issues? Okay.
We actually have one more new issue and it's in your handout. It's issue number 3. And I'm going to bring that up for display on a different page.
Is it? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's new issues not previously discussed in this report?
Correct.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah,
I
no, I just meant that part.
Up to that part.
Previous issues, now we're going on to new issues, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're ready. Yes. No, I think I have it right here. I just can't find it. Yeah. It's
Is this the same language that you emailed or is it different?
Language out to you a little bit earlier. But again, this is kind of a work in project and in progress, and just thinking it through. We've had this discussion in the past, you know, both with the committee and with the board as its whole. We got this idea from something that we saw in a sunset report for the medical board and for the osteopathic medical board in a recent session. But it made us really look at kind of the expectation of the application process and what an applicant coming, newly coming into the profession could be denied for, and the petition process for reinstatement of a license. And some of the just kind of inconsistencies that occurred there and that may create kind of an unnecessary resource draw on the board. And one of the examples would be the board has in its authority to deny and must deny an application for licensure as a physical therapist or a physical therapist assistant if the applicant is a registrant on the Megan's Law website for sexual misconduct or sexual assault, with a few exceptions. Meaning that board staff are prohibited from moving forward in the application process because essentially the applicant is disqualified, right? They are, I think we can all agree, a potential concern to consumers. And so that application is deemed denied and incapable of being issued as long as that person remains on that registration list. It's not often that we exercise that authority, I'm happy to say, but I'm also happy to say that we can when we've had to. Now, for petition for reinstatement, however, if one of our licensees has had their license revoked for a sexual misconduct issue, or because they have had or are required to be a sex registrant, they may have their license revoked, but after 3 years, they're entitled to petition for reinstatement of their licensure. And they can submit that petition. And because of the way the law is written today, we have to process the administration of that petition, meaning a background check, scheduling a hearing before you all for that petition, even though, and I think council has brought this up, at least in November, the board would be, forced to deny that license because of existing laws that say you'd have to revoke a license for somebody that was a sex registrant. So it's a bit of an unnecessary administrative burden. And so what we're asking the legislature to do is empower us through an addition of language that essentially says when we receive a petition and they have, based on that criteria that Sarah has on the screen right now, deny that petition if they are, one, still a sex registrant, or two, have been found guilty of a sex crime in another state that would require registrant here in California. And I think it's just it's congruent with the idea that we do this for applicants, right, coming newly into the profession, that we would also do this for licensees that have issues like this.
Jason, on this particular issue in the sunset report, I see the language is coming next. How is this? I don't see where, I mean, not that you have to, but it was based on this being approved for the Medical Board of California Medical Board.
The idea stemmed from that. The California Medical Board's statute read that a board shall not reinstate when. Well, that still assumes that they could petition and have to go through that whole process. What we're proposing is a little bit more preemptive, and that even at the staff level, the board shall not grant a petition for reinstatement.
Should not, shall not. Is that
Shall not.
shall not? What was the California Medical Board?
The board shall not reinstate.
Okay.
And I think that, and I'll kind of touch bases with Michael, that's kind of the inconsistency in the language where we're talking about you would, should that decision come to you as a board through a petition, you'd be forced to deny that petition anyway, based on the way your current laws are written, that a current licensee could not also be a sex registrant. So it's just a matter of sequence that's the issue.
Yeah, that's certainly correct. And just in terms of a matter of using the board's resources, it really would not make a lot of sense to have a hearing on a petition where by law, you would be required to find a particular way. And this is based on, I believe the language is based on the medical board statute.
The criteria that we're using to deny the petition is the same criteria that the medical board used to deny the reinstatement.
I see.
Okay, and I think Sarah's scrolling down through the actual recommended language.
Yeah, and the main difference in the proposed language, and this is just language that we're making as a recommendation, really to get our point across to the legislature for one. But that this language exists in other aspects of regulation in healthcare with other boards. But just with that caveat that we're saying deny the petition, not just solely, requiring the board to deny the reinstatement. This really addresses more of that resource load for the petition hearing that would be unnecessary.
Any questions, comments from the board? Jason, when this goes to sunset, then they could come back and make adjustments as they
Yeah. This one
interview.
in particular, I'm sure that there'll be conversation because they're going to, there's a nuance difference in what we're asking versus what's been granted for other boards. And so we might have to kind of
explain
talk that through with them.
Okay. Okay, so no other questions or comments from the board? Is that the end of those updated portions? Okay.
That's the end of the issues. Yeah.
Okay. So if there are no more comments or discussion on the board side, is there any public comment on item 8 on the agenda? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Backing up.
So are we also addressing questions like so for example, question 15, can I make a comment? May I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so it's described the board's staff efforts and total spent annually on staff development. In the other, when we're addressing other questions or they're asking for us to describe something, we don't have response. Oh, is that better? Is that better? Yeah. Okay. So could we just taking out the word response on line 1? So on the others, we don't, yeah.
That was partly just for this handout too. So
Okay, I
we don't
figured.
yeah,
Okay, thank you.
remove that.
We haven't discussed that one. I guess to go to that one. I hope you've had to address it and review it. One of the things that we wanted to kind of call out, and we try to a little bit, is when we list out the fiscal years for the training costs the monies that we've spent, you'll see during the pandemic, we spent no money on external training. I think the pandemic is probably a good reason to say why we didn't send anybody to an external training. There was no place to send them to. But in 22-23, we did have a jump from $0 to about $8,500. In that fiscal year, we sent all of the enforcement staff, almost all of the enforcement staff, at least that were there at the time, to CLEAR's NCIT training for investigators. And so we did it in an opportune way. They were here in Sacramento. It was an on-site training. I think that training is invaluable and well worth that investment. And then you see it kind of drop back down to what I would say are probably our norms. And some of those external training costs are anything above and beyond what's provided by the Department of Consumer Affairs Solid Team. And so we just wanted to call out that kind of that zero to dip spike, but also emphasize that training and development for staff is a priority for this board. And we continue to do so moving forward.
Okay, are there any other questions about the update on the question number 15? Agenda item.
I have one question. Why did it go down from 23, 24 to 24, 25? Okay. Thank you.
I do have a question, actually. Is this included in other training items on our line item budget? Is this like component of?
This represents the isolated line item that says training. Almost
Okay.
all the training that its board staff receive are part of that pro rata line expense that we pay through the Department of Consumer Affairs. But when we consult outside of that, the example being the NCI training with Clear, we also did a couple other external trainings for leadership and for a couple other things. So that's where these numbers are represented. I also think that this is something that we're looking at exploring in the future when it comes to external sources of training, because I think there's a lot of good resources out there for us to tap into. It's just really determining whether or not it's worth the investment and if we can afford it at the time.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Any other questions from the board or comments? Am I right to say this last one was actually technically going into agenda item number 9? That's what it says on the top of the paper. Is that technically 9? I just want to make sure we give people the opportunity to recognize where we are. Okay, so I just want to clarify for those online, agenda item number 8 was the identification of issues in the Sunset Report and the recommendations of response of old items and new items and the new issues. And then number 9 is possible update to question number 15. And that's just with the regular report, which was before the issues at the end, if that makes any sense. If you've been following our long process with the not with the strategic plan, with the Sunset Report, issues to be identified or reviewed are usually at the end, and that's item number 8. Number 9 was going back and identifying a change that we had made since our November 17 meeting, 19, sorry, meeting. Okay, so with that said, are there any questions or comments from the public on agenda items 8 and 9, referring to the
Separate.
Oh, okay.
Any comments on it on item 8?
Item 8.
We covered it all.
Okay.
Any public comments on item 8? Okay. Go ahead and online. Are there any public comments?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests on WebEx at this time.
Okay, so then we can go on to agenda item number 9. And so at this point, we would like to know if there is a motion, right? Or is any discussion about this Sunset Review?
Yeah, so there was additional materials that were provided to you after the November 19th meeting all the way up until yesterday. We've reviewed them now. We want to make sure that we've encompassed the board's thoughts, edits, anything that, you might want to correct. We've already discussed a little out of sequence, some of those, and we've corrected those. And so I'm eager to hear what the board has to say.
Do you have any comments first? Okay. Any discussion at all? Not right now.
Okay, I motion to approve the 2026 Physical Therapy Board of California Sunset Review Report as revised per today's discussion, to authorize the executive officer to make any technical or non-substantive edits to the package, and to direct the executive officer to submit the report to the California legislature at the appropriate time, and to respond to questions from the legislature regarding the report.
Okay, we have a second. Is there any other public comment? Hearing none in person, is there any further public comment online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click that raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Can we take a vote of the board members?
Karen Brandon,
Aye.
Sam Q,
Aye.
Dale Armstrong,
Aye.
Akila,
Aye.
Tanya McMillian.
Aye.
5-0, motion carried to approve the 2026 Sunset Report.
Wow.
So, thank you. The heavy lift portion, or at least the first heavy lift at this point, is now done. Staff and I will go back and make those non-substantive changes and edits, beautify the report, prepare it for publication. I hope that I can still rely on the 2 members of the Sunset Committee to vet that process through before submission. And we will get it published and taken down to the Capitol.
Great job. Amazing.
So could I just take this moment to thank Jason, Vincent, and Sarah for all their work on the edits, because it's been really, really wonderful to have you help us.
All right. Okay, I think we can proceed on to agenda item number 10, Executive Services Report from Ms. Arnston. Sorry, I'm adding a T for your name.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. So going into the legislation report, we have concluded the 2025 legislative year, marking the first half of the 2-year session. The legislature adjourned on September 12th, with October 12th as the deadline for the governor to act on bills. Laws from this session will take effect January 1st, and the legislature will reconvene on January 5th. So the overall legislative activity in California has remained pretty steady and consistent. In 2025, the governor signed 794 bills and vetoed 123, holding steady at about a 15% veto rate. This aligns with the trend we've seen over the past 4 years, where veto rates have generally ranged between 14 and 16%. PTBC supported 3 bills this session. 2 were signed into law, AB 1009 and SB 470 teleconferencing, and then 1 was vetoed, AB 574 prior authorization. I'll go ahead and provide an update on each of these measures, which were outlined in the legislative summary. So the first one, AB 574, prior authorization for physical therapy. This bill was supported by PTBC. And it was vetoed. The governor vetoed AB 574, noting that he'd already signed SB 306, which established a broader data-driven reform of prior authorization across all healthcare services. He explained that it would be premature to create a specific exemption for PT until SB 306 was fully implemented. The full veto message is on page 50 of the meeting materials. The next bill on the legislative summary is AB 1009, teacher credentialing for OT and PTs. PTBC did take a support position on this bill, and it was signed into law as Chapter 629. This bill authorized licensed OTs and PTs with at least 3 years of school-based experience to qualify for a preliminary services credential administration. The next two bills I'll speak on, I'll kind of lump them together. It's the AB 2224 Bonta and SB 62 Minjiver. These were both addressing essential health benefits. Both bills were signed into law. So beginning in 2027, California's benchmark plan will expand to include infertility services, hearing aids, and durable medical equipment such as walkers, wheelchairs, and scooters. So for PT services, this expansion is pretty significant because it improves patients' access to mobility devices and related equipment. It reduces barriers to rehabilitation, and it supports better therapy outcomes. The next bill is AB 489, Artificial Intelligence in Healthcare. This bill was signed into law as Chapter 615, and this bill prohibits AI systems from misrepresenting themselves as licensed healthcare professionals. This measure is intended to protect patients from confusion or potential harm by ensuring that only qualified providers deliver healthcare services. The next bill is AB 742, Licensing for Descendants of Slaves. This bill was vetoed and would have required boards under DCA, including PTPC, to prioritize licensure for descendants of American slaves. The governor expressed concerns about fairness in implementation and the potential resource impacts of creating new licensing pathway. His full veto message can be found on page 53 of the meeting materials. The next bill is SB 470, the Badgley-King teleconferencing bill. And this bill was supported by PTPC and was signed into law as Chapter 222. This measure extends teleconference authority for state boards and commissions until 2030. It provides continued flexibility for public meetings, improving access and participation. The next bill on the legislative summary is SB 518, Bureau for Descendants of American Slavery, and this was signed into law as Chapter 586. And this measure establishes a new bureau within the Department of Justice to advance reparations and equity initiatives for descendants of American slavery. And the last bill on the legislative summary, SB 641, States of Emergency Waivers. This bill was vetoed by the governor. It would have authorized DCA boards, including PTPC, to waive certain licensing requirements during declared states of emergency. In his veto message, the governor noted that the proposal was overly broad and not sufficiently tailored to specific emergency circumstances. His full remarks are included on page 54 of the meeting materials. Were there any additional questions I can answer on regarding the legislation report? I know that was a lot of bills to throw at you.
I feel like we skipped over SB 62, but it's very similar to AB 224.
Yes, I did speak. Oh, sorry, not to interrupt you, but yeah, I did put them together just because they were both very similarly written, and they were both signed into law.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they both look like they involve assistive devices, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
But 62 includes infertility benefits as well.
Correct.
I think that's the only, like, I'm not sure exactly the detail, but I'll go back and look at it, but thank you. Are there any other questions or comments about the legislative report from the board? All right, any public comment? Okay, not seeing any in person, any public comment online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click that raise hand icon. Or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, Brooke. Really appreciate your walking us through the entire legislative cycle once again. We are going to move on then in our executive services update to rulemaking report. You can share that.
Of course. So moving on to the regulation report. So again, our primary regulatory efforts are our continuing competency regulation proposals, which will look at amending CCRs 1399.90, pretty much through 1399.99 to strengthen our compliance with our continuing competency requirements. So we are still in the initial phase of development. We're gathering workforce and program data to support the creation of 2 separate regulatory packages. The first package will be focused more on the continuing competency program requirements and the compliance standards. The second package will be establishing a per course fee structure for approval agencies. So we are working with continuing competency staff in the process of conducting a fee study with DCA to establish a per course fee for approval agencies, ensuring that the program is adequately supported. So we're going to continue refining workload analysis, and we anticipate hopefully presenting proposed language in 2026. And I'll kind of go over that during the rulemaking calendar as well to kind of go over specific timelines.
Great. Kind of feel like we can go into that one and then we'll take public comment. Can you do C as well?
Sure, I do. So going into agenda item 10C, the proposed rulemaking calendar for 2026. So to just give kind of a brief background, each year the board adopts a rulemaking calendar of anticipated regulatory changes, which is then published by the Office of Administrative Law. The calendar gives OAL a clear view of agency's regulatory workload for the year. By publishing it in the California Regulatory Notice Register, OAL can plan resources, anticipate filings, and also provide transparency. So for PTBC, adopting the calendar each December signals which regulatory packages are expected and when, and it also helps OAL manage timelines, and it gives stakeholders early notice as well. So I'll go ahead and provide or direct members to the proposed 2026 rulemaking calendar, which is on page 59 of the meeting materials. And then I wanted to mention too, you'll see 2 schedules listed, Schedule A and Schedule B. So for Schedule A, this section is reserved for regulations needed to implement legislation that was passed in the prior year. So for example, if there were any bills from the 2025 legislative session that required us to promulgate regulations, they would be listed here. So since there were no legislation from this prior year that requires us to do any rulemaking, there's nothing to report under Schedule A. So moving on to Schedule B, this section covers just basic general rulemaking where we can add, repeal, or amend existing regulations tied, which aren't tied to new legislation. So under Schedule B, we're proposing to move forward with our CC regs, which will again be developed as 2 separate regulatory packages. And then just kind of going over the timelines. So the way we have it set up on the calendar is we're looking at doing the notice public planned to go to the board for language adoption in December 2026. The notice publication is projected for March 2027, which will begin the public comment period. And then unless a hearing is specifically required or requested, none is anticipated. So these packages would then move to OAL for their review in September of 2027. So just kind of looking at that timeline in a glance, 2026, staff would go over draft language with the board. March 2027, the notice and publication and start of public comment would occur. September 2027, we would look at submitting for OAL for review and approval. And that kind of also includes a lot of different entities, obviously, such as, DOF for the 399 financial. And then there will be also additional approval required during that timeframe as well. So again, these dates are estimates and they can change. So trying to keep that in mind. The 2026 proposed rulemaking calendar, again, is just kind of a guideline and a kind of a time frame so we can provide as much notice as possible to the public and also to OAL. And then just so you're aware of the process, so once the board approves the 2026 rulemaking calendar, then it goes to the DCA regulatory unit, who then files that on behalf of us to OAL.
Brooke, both of these that we have in Schedule B are concurrent, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So our office is working on both of them at the same time. Which one gets done just depends on when we're done with it.
Correct.
All right. Are there any questions about items on the agenda under rulemaking report and discussion of possible board action 2026? Any discussion from the board? Okay,
For this
Comment?
particular, we need a
we need a
motion
vote.
to
Yeah,
adopt.
we need a motion. If there's any interest, any. I know, not you. I'm just giving people up. Go ahead.
I motion to adopt the 2026 rulemaking calendar.
I second it. Any public comment? Thank you. It's okay. Okay, not seeing any public comment online.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board, can we take a vote?
Karen Brandon,
Yes.
Sam Q,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Aye.
Tanya McMillian,
Aye.
5-0, motion carried to adopt the 2026 rulemaking calendar.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right, I believe that we can continue.
Maybe
Oh, you want a break now? Okay, I was gonna say, I was looking around, but all right, so we're going to take a short recess, bathroom break. Be back at 2:57, be back at 3:10. That's good. All right, thank you. Okay, thank you, Caesar. Okay, welcome back. We are resuming our first day of the PTBC board meeting, and we are on agenda item number 10D, and we are looking forward to hearing the year-end wrap-up from April Beauchamps, our communication education staff. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Okay, no problem. So for the website and for quarter 1. Okay, yeah. My name is April Beauchamp. I'm the Communication Education Analyst for the Physical Therapy Board, and I will be presenting the outreach report. So for the website, the Physical Therapy Board had 55,396 web hits through its website page tabs. That resulted in a 24% decrease from last fiscal year, quarter 1. For Facebook, the PTBC received 26 likes this quarter 1, and in comparison to last fiscal year, quarter 1, there was an increase of 4% in page visits and an increase of 76% in page reach. For Instagram, the PTBC had a 27% decrease in page reach and a 19% decrease in profile visits. When looking at TikTok stats for this fiscal year, quarter 1, the PTBC had 1,515 new video views or impressions, which resulted in a 23% decrease compared to last year at this time. TikTok also had 54 new followers, and that was an 80% increase from this time last year. When looking at X stats, the PTBC had a decrease of people reached by 46% and a 75% decrease of page engagements compared to last fiscal year, quarter 1. Twitter also had 5 new followers this quarter. LinkedIn had 1,591 page reach impressions, resulting in a 24% decrease. And LinkedIn also had 35 page visits, which resulted in a 26% decrease. And 64 engagements, which resulted in a 78% increase compared to this time last year. For outreach workshops and webinars, this quarter 1, the PTBC provided 8 virtual outreach workshops to PT and PTA programs, virtual and in person. The PTBC also expanded its outreach to consumer events, which in the past, this has been the hardest for us to reach. So we're really excited about that. So we attended 2 health fair events in quarter 1. On September 11th, we joined the Plaster Protect Senior Resource Fair in Roseville, California. This event was dedicated to supporting seniors with resources on elder abuse prevention, emergency preparedness, health and wellness, and more. On September 13th, we took part in the Senior Health Fair Resources for the Golden Years in Sacramento, California. This was their 11th time doing it, and we've been invited to go back again next year. And that took place in June. This fair brought together information on senior health screenings, retirement, veteran resources, mental health, fitness, and additional community services. We do look forward to continuing our participation in these types of events and to share valuable information, educate consumers, and support our mandate of protecting the public. The PTBC also attended the annual CPTA conference in Palm Springs on September 20th and the 21st. And we would like to thank CPTA for continuing to invite us, and we look forward to attending again this upcoming calendar year. And that is, and then also our newsletter should be coming out shortly within the next month or so. And that is all I have for the outreach report. Do any members have any questions?
Are there any questions or comments?
Question. Why do you think there's been a decrease in overall social media, I guess?
It just depends on what's going on this year that was happening last year at this time. So for example, around this time last year is when we were posting a lot about the fires and stuff like that. And so sometimes just depending on what events are happening, can either increase or decrease the traffic too and what information is being put out there.
Okay, go ahead.
I used to be very sensitive to those statistics when it came to the likes, right? Because I felt like we were being rejected kind of. But what I've learned over time is the more important statistic to pay attention to is the impressions, right? How many people see the information that is displayed, it shows up on their wall on Facebook or in their feed on Twitter. The only one that I have a question about too is the performance of TikTok.
Same thing. Depends on what's being posted, what's relevant, what's happening in the sense. TikTok, when we first did it, was like blew up because we'd just done it, and we're now about a year, 2 years into actually having a TikTok. So you're going to see the numbers now start to fluctuate more, just like Facebook and any of the other social media accounts. As opposed to when it first opened, of course, it was always high because you're comparing something to nothing the year prior. And now we're actually have something to compare it to. So it's going to fluctuate.
Do you change what you have on different platforms in terms of the content?
TikTok's more videos, things like that. Like this morning, I posted one about our board meeting, and I try to do that every board meeting, and just things like that. Sometimes if we go out to events, if people allow us or want to be in the TikToks, I try to get them in. So things like that, that also depends too. Sometimes we have events where people are all for it, and then sometimes they're like, no, I don't want to be on social media. I don't want to be on camera. So it just depends.
So besides, sorry,
Oh, no, go ahead.
besides likes and impressions, do you track reposts?
They're all included. It's all like lump sum together, the numbers. It's not per post. It's just all within that month. And then we add the months together for the quarter.
But you will see the reposts contributing to those impressions, right? So as more reposts happen, it magnifies that statistic. And I only ask the TikTok question kind of in jest because it's always that we should get a TikTok social media, and the resistance of the executive officer to say, no, but the content, to the extent that we can deliver the content across as many platforms as we can, we should. So we're also experimenting with other ones.
Okay, I wanted to congratulate you on LinkedIn. That's a great, amazing. I think that to me is a lot where people now go for professional information. So happy to see those numbers go up. I had a question about the FSBPT patient education video and when we were going to make a link or let people know that they could access the videos for patient protection.
I guess like a conservative project. So there's still a few things to kind of iron out with the resources themselves that we've published. I've provided drafts to those materials before. But I would say probably the beginning of January, I would be comfortable in using the videos as for social media use, but also in conjunction with the resources behind them. And so we're just kind of playing with how do you post the video and still give a place for them, click a link and have that resource available to them.
But by next year, we can
absolutely
anticipate. I also want to congratulate you. I was a CPTA, and you guys had a fun engagement little game going with people that came by the booth, and you had front and center. I don't know how you did that, but you're amazing. Because as soon as you walked into the exhibit hall, you didn't even go to registration first. You went to our booth first, which is amazing. So thank you for all of you that made that work. And then I am looking still forward to that Ask a Board Member video, little opportunities that we can do even tomorrow, so that we can use that so people get to know us, and also so that we can get some of the questions answered that people have.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
I'm looking forward to the 6-7. I'm just saying.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments?
Say to that, challenge accepted, or
Okay, none from the board? Any public comment or questions in person? If not, all right, we'll go online with Sarah and the moderator. The moderator, sorry.
As the moderator, for members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, we're going to be moving on to number 11, which doesn't look like Liz, but our EO is going to take care of that.
Both on behalf of Anastasia Stokes and Liz Constancio, who prepared these materials. Members are very familiar with these materials. If you have any questions for that, I'm happy to answer. I do have some kind of highlights that I'd like to point out. So, state budgeting is one of the hardest things to grasp as a concept, right? And so I'm just going to touch on a few highlights. So, for Q1, we spent about $2.1 million of our $7.2 million budget. That's about 31%, so a little bit more than the 25% average, but that's fairly typical. A reminder, Susan. Anyway, can you hear me? Okay. A little bit off of 25%, but to be expected when we enter into a new fiscal year, there's some reconciliation that happens from the previous budget year. But at that same time, where we spent 2.1, we collected about 2.25, right? So a difference of in surplus of roughly about 120K. And again, this is on track and expected in relation to numbers for the last 5 years. For the last 5 years, we've had a surplus, which is revenue minus expenditure, ranging from about $143,000 in 2021 to about $650,000 in 24-25. In addition, our expenditures have stayed below budget in all 5 years, indicating and demonstrating our underspending against appropriations. The growing gap between revenue and expenditure in the last few years points to a strengthening financial situation and conservative spending relative to income. I do anticipate the need for additional staffing to support demand in both our licensing and enforcement programs. So our conversations about increasing our statutory caps, again, are very timely and becoming more apparent each fiscal year. The reason I bring this to your attention is when we talk about the governor's budget and how much we have to spend, one of the things that we don't talk about very often is what were the revenues that were being collected during that same period of time. And that's really what supports the fund condition. And so, again, over the last 5 fiscal years, we've lived within our means. We've collected more revenue every year than we've ever spent, and sometimes by a fairly good margin. And so part of this presentation was more for Sam than probably for anyone else, but just as to be as transparent as possible, especially when we're talking about previous sunsets where very conservative model projections said that we would have been insolvent this year, right? And one of the things that we're always discussing is those projections are based on straight line projections for revenue, not anticipated increases in revenue. And this profession is still growing. So we always see an increase in revenues from anywhere from 5 to 7% each year. So we're still doing pretty well, and we're in a pretty good financial situation.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay. Go ahead. But talk into your mic.
Board that it seems like a 26-27 fiscal year is when we anticipate a bigger drop off.
Yeah, I think more than anything, so the fund condition that's presented to you now sees a significant drop in 26-27, but those estimates are provided to us by the Department of Consumer Affairs. And again, they're based on straight line revenue, but an anticipation in increase in expenditures. And those expenditures are as a result of bargaining contracts for the unions, an increase in retirements and an increase in healthcare premiums, and then an overall cost of operating costs as well. So while I appreciate the conservative nature of those projections, they're kind of worst case scenario projections. They're never going to say, we expect in that fiscal year that you'll also receive a 7% increase in revenues. They're going to base it on the revenues collected over the last 3 years.
Great, thank you.
So you're talking about the 8 months in reserve versus the 6.8 for next year, and then if everything stayed the same, of 5.4. Scary.
Yeah, but it's,
I know.
in reality, it's a little different. Yeah.
No problem.
And the other side of that is that we have control over that as well, right? There's cost saving measures. There's just being fiscally responsible. With the idea of creating revenues, as was proposed during the rulemaking calendar, for a program to pay for itself would take up some of that revenue load also. And so that would help extend that fund condition even more.
Okay. Quick question on the line item cite and fine citations. It jumped quite a bit from last year to this year. Is there information you can share about that?
No, not off the top of my head, but I can tell you just anecdotally that we don't issue a lot of citations in volume, but some citations can have significant fines attached to them. And in the past, even for some of those citations, they may not be paid. This year may have just been one of those kind of anomalous years where the citations were paid timely and collected in the same issuance year.
Okay.
So,
And then between last year and this year, a double in fingerprint report cost. Is that a volume issue or?
it's not a volume issue, but it's also a pass-through. It's a line item represented in budget, but the reality is that the fingerprint costs are paid for by the applicants directly. We carry that as kind of a buffer and an allocation in the budget should we're not able to collect enough. We don't have enough applications to suffice the DOJ contract, and we would be able to pay the balance of it from that buffer.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other board discussion or questions on this agenda item? If not, any in-person public comment? Agenda item 11, administrative services update. Not seeing any online.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon. Or if you're an audio only participant, you can press *3 on your device to raise your hand. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to be moving on to licensing services update, and Valerie has also morphed herself into Paul Rowe and Brett Argento. Come on up to represent the licensing services update.
There we go. Good afternoon. I'm Paul Rowe. I am the licensing services senior analyst. And I'll be presenting today for the licensing services unit. Application services initial license application received increased by 8% from fiscal year 2024 to 2025 quarter one to quarter one for fiscal year 25-26. The physical therapist PT initial license applications received increased by 3%, and the physical therapist assistants PTA applications were up 23% from quarter one from the previous year. U.S. educated PT applications received increased 2%, while the U.S. educated PT applications received increased 25% over quarter one for fiscal year 24-25. Foreign educated applications received for the first quarter of fiscal year 25-26 increased by 9%, and endorsement applications received for the same period increased by 20%. Military applications received during quarter one of this fiscal year decreased by 19% compared to quarter one of fiscal year 24-25. Of the 896 initial applications received, 94% were U.S. educated, with 70% exam applicants, 30 were by endorsement. Foreign educated military applications were 6% and 2% respectively. Initial license applications, processing times, applications receipt to license issuance, or application closed for U.S. graduates averaged 22 days, which represents the number of days the application was the analyst's responsibility to complete. Factoring in the days the applicant took to complete the application resulted in 48 days for all U.S. educated applicants, with new graduate PT applications averaging 41 days, new graduate PTA applications averaging 71 days, and U.S. educated endorsement applications averaging 47 days. Foreign educated applications processing times average 62 days. Military applications average 5 days. This data is for the applications completed during this time frame. The target turnaround time to license issuance for U.S. graduate complete applications is 45 days. For the applications by endorsement is 90 for new graduates applications. License maintenance received and completed 18 retired status requests for quarter one of fiscal year 25-26, with an average processing time of 1 day. 18 retired status requests were also received in quarter one for the previous fiscal year, with no percentage change from fiscal year 24-25 to fiscal year 25-26. Thank you. Any questions?
Then on the board, we're okay with that presentation. All right, we can continue.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I am Brett Argento. I'm going to present on licensee audits and approval agencies. For licensee audits during the first quarter of fiscal year 2025-26, the continuing competency program audited 107 physical therapist licensees, achieving a 91% pass rate. This reflects a slight decrease from the 94% pass rate recorded during the same period in fiscal year 2024-25. For physical therapist assistants, 29 licensees were audited in quarter one of 25-26, resulting in a 93% pass rate, a notable improvement from the 85% pass rate achieved in Q1 of 24-25. And then for approval agencies, staff have completed the approval agency information reconciliation, which began in May of 25. With the removal of agencies that were no longer active and the recent addition of 2 new agencies, the PTBC now has 124 approval agencies, and staff anticipates initiating approval agency audits July 1st of 2026. And lastly, in preparation for the upcoming continuing competency approval agency fee regulatory proposal, PTBC staff have been working with the DCA to conduct a workload study. The study establishes the actual program operating costs, and the proposed fee can't exceed these costs. Any questions?
Any questions from the board? No, not hearing any in-person public comment. None for that. Any online public comment? Item number, what are we at? 12, thank you.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment on WebEx at this time.
Okay, thank you. So to the licensing group, I want to say thank you. I know that when the students are done with their exams, you are their best friend. They want, and then they discard you as soon as they finally get there, like, but you all are still putting in the work and especially trying to meet your quotas in terms of the timing and just helping so many people get that opportunity to be practicing in California. So thank you to all of you. All right, appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, we are moving on to number 13, which is Carol Phelps and her team at Consumer Protection Enforcement.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Phelps. I'm the manager of the enforcement unit for the board, and I'll be providing an update on our Consumer Protection Services program. So this is all covering the first quarter of fiscal year 25-26, which is July through September. In that quarter, the CPS unit continued to take advantage of the SharePoint platform. We've been really relying on our IT tech, Vincent, to assist us with a lot of workflows and reports that really help us with our efficiency. We use SharePoint to track and report disciplinary actions to the National Practitioner Data Bank, which is required. We use it to submit requests for case initiation, expert consultant task orders, and to submit documents to the executive officer for review and approval. All of these requests and reports are now centralized on the CPS unit SharePoint page. It makes it easier for staff and management to see and complete all outstanding requests timely. And as Jason mentioned before, it does help to have it all in one central location to know what we have on our plate. The CPS manager and staff continue to work in Q1 on reviewing annual statistics and updating BREEZE case entries and written enforcement procedures to assist the DCA in its efforts to create a streamlined department-wide statistics report. In some cases, our procedures were updated to allow the DCA report to accurately capture data, and in other cases, DCA tailored its report parameters to account for BTBC's unique circumstances. There was a lot of review of individual cases and reports to determine how to get the most accurate data for these reports. So these updated reports and procedures were used to collect and confirm data for the DCA's 24-25 annual report. We continue to hold quarterly meetings with our contacts at Division of Investigation and the Attorney General's Office to discuss outstanding issues and to collaborate to ensure effective case and program management. One of the goals of the PTBC strategic plan is to increase the frequency of expert consultant training, to expand its pool of expert consultants, and increase the consistency in the reports received. In furtherance of this goal, our DAG liaison, John Gatchett, conducted an expert consultant training on September 22nd, 2025, which was held in person at the Loma Linda University in conjunction with the September board meeting. 8 expert consultant applicants attended the training along with 14 current expert consultants. Following the training, CPS staff and management have been in touch with both new and current expert consultants to review the program requirements and to offer specific guidance on report writing expectations. Almost all of these 8 new experts have been onboarded. A couple of them were still working on reports and just kind of timing of their lives and getting this information to us. There's a couple of them outstanding, but almost all of them have been added to our list of available experts to use. Turning to our statistics, Performance Measure 1 shows that the PTBC received and opened a total of 150 cases this quarter, including 110 consumer complaints and 40 reports of arrest or conviction. We have received 5% fewer complaint cases this fiscal quarter compared to the same quarter last fiscal year. Performance Measure 2 measures the average number of days after receipt of complaint until the PTBC initiates a case and sends an acknowledgement letter to the complainant. This quarter's average is 3 days, which is well under that target of 9 days. Performance Measure 3 shows the average case age in days for all cases that did not result in a referral to the Attorney General's office for formal discipline. The average case age was 184 days for this quarter, which is 10% higher compared to this quarter last year. These averages encompass the entire investigative process and are affected by the timelines, workloads, and response times of all involved parties and agencies. Our target for this performance measure is 180 days, so we were just outside of the target for this quarter, although 71% of cases were closed within the target range. Performance measure 4 captures the average case age in days for cases that were referred to the Attorney General's office for formal discipline. 10 cases were finalized at the AG's office this quarter, taking an average of 978 days from receipt of complaint to case closure. This is a significant increase over the average last fiscal year to date and is well above our target of 540 days. However, with the small number of cases that result in discipline and the complexity that can be involved in these cases, a small number of highly complex and/or contested cases can greatly affect this average. In addition, this average reflects the involvement, caseloads, and response times of all involved parties, including enforcement staff, the complainant, licensee, healthcare facilities, DFI, Attorney General's office, and the Office of Administrative Hearing. In summary, for quarter 1, staff has initiated 150 new cases, issued 9 citations, completed 131 desk investigations, referred 7 cases to the Attorney General's office, and closed 10 cases after referral to the AG's office. Additionally, for discipline, we have issued 2 public letters of reprimand. 1 licensee was placed on probation. 2 licensees surrendered their license through disciplinary order, and 2 licensees lost their privilege to practice PT by revocation order. Any questions?
Any questions from the board? I just want to say thank you so much for allowing the board members to participate in the expert training. Please tell Mr. Gatchett I did review the video again. I just slowed him down by 50%. Right. Didn't take much and I could catch a little bit more, but no, we do. He's so knowledgeable. I think he could do it in his sleep and we appreciate his input.
Absolutely. Thank you.
If the board doesn't have any other questions, we'll ask for public comment in person. Not hearing any. Okay, we'll go online.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Carol. All right, we're moving on to item number 14 on the agenda, probation monitoring services update from Monty Martin.
Good afternoon, board members. Is this on? Yeah, okay. My name is Monty Martin. I'm the probation monitoring compliance monitor for the board. And I'm reporting on the first quarter of fiscal year 2025-2026. During the first quarter of 2025-2026, the number of licensees on probation decreased from 61 to 59 people on probation for various causes. Besides the 43 licensees on probation and actively working in the state of California, there were an additional 5 out-of-state licensees who are tolling or not receiving credit toward completion of the probation because they are out of state. Let's see. There were also 11 in-state probationers tolling due to unemployment or underemployment. There were 2 licensees placed on probation in the quarter, including 1 applicant that was issued an initial probationary license, and 2 licensees completed probation in the quarter successfully. 0 probationers had their licenses revoked, but 1 probationer did exercise their option to voluntarily surrender their license to the board. I believe that was due to a lack of finding employment. There was also 1 licensee whose license was canceled after they failed to renew it for 5 years. That person had moved on to another profession and weren't interested in PT anymore. Of the 43 licensees that are not tolling, 11 are enrolled in participating in the board substance abuse rehabilitation program. Premier is the contractor's name for that program. As equals about 26% of all licensees on probation that weren't tolling. 3 licensees enrolled in the board substance abuse program, and 0 licensees completed the program in the quarter. There are 3 instances of non-compliance with probation. Those non-compliances were minor violations for not being available or not appearing for scheduled probation monitoring interviews. I could say probably 2 of the 3 were out of state for that, but that's about it. I do want to say there is one typo in the statistical report. The total number of probationers at the end of last year should read 61, not 71. Any questions?
Thank you, Monty. Any questions from the board about the probation program? Well, I have to say, as president, I've been excited. I don't know, we should be excited, but I'm excited about signing people off. You've been sending me quite a bit lately. I think it is a celebration. May not feel like that for some people, but I'm sure they're thankful.
They're all very happy to be done.
Exactly.
I can tell you that.
Exactly. Is there any public comment?
A successful completion of probation is much better than a violation of probation.
Amen. Any public comment on item, what am I on? 14 now? Yes. Any public comment online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're moving on to item number 16, public comment on items not on the agenda. Public comment on items not on the agenda in person. Not seeing any. We'll go to online.
All right, this is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment for items not on the agenda, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we do not have a closed session 15, so we are now going to close the first day and recess till tomorrow. We will start at 9 a.m. Call to order will be the number 18 on the agenda. Please join us. Stay tuned. It's going to be a very busy and interesting morning and afternoon. We'll have the students here in the afternoon, correct, Jason? Fantastic. Okay, thank you, everyone.